This sitting is resumed. Prior to the suspension for lunch, this Honourable Chamber was debating the Data Protection Bill. To that we shall revert. Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I welcome this opportunity to make a short contribution on this very important bill which is before the House. And I want to begin, sir, by making the point that this, from my perspective, is a developmental step of tremendous importance for the country. And I want to begin, therefore, by congratulating the Ministry of Science, Information Technology, and the Ministry of Small Business and Commerce for their role. Pardon? Science? Innovation, I beg your pardon, innovation and technology. I said information? Innovation. Innovation. and the Ministry of Small Business and Commerce, sir, for the very important role that they have played in bringing us to this point in such a quick time. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that we have had some speeches before, but I think it is important to set a little bit of the context, which is exceptionally important for the country to understand the challenge which we were confronted with as a brand new government in May of last year. In fact, sir, I believe it was on the 25th day of May in 2018, which was the day that the European Union would have passed their General Data Protection Regulations. And their General Data Protection Regulations, sir, are a body of requirements in law in the European Union that requires that a company that processes the data or takes the data of any European citizen is required to comply with certain regulations with regard to how they manage that data and process that data and move that data across borders and share it, sir, with any other companies or entities anywhere in the world. Now, it would be correct to say that because of its size, the United States of America, for example, and the sheer, almost irresistible power of that market, the United States of America has not been as compliant with those requirements as has the rest of the world. But an interesting dilemma is created for a very small island economy, which by its inherent characteristics is also a very vulnerable island economy like Barbados. And as a new government, we came into office and we were confronted with the fact that the day before we were elected, we were placed in a situation where there's a body of laws in the European Union which is a major source market for Barbados, especially in the context of tourism. And the reason why I want to speak in this debate, sir, for a short while is because of the fact that I think it would be remiss of me as Minister of Tourism and International Transport not to set the context within which this particular piece of legislation now helps us to better facilitate the requirements of doing business with the European Union and to protect our own operators within the sector. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, what is the public mischief that is hoped to be avoided by this piece of legislation? The fact of the matter is that by having a data protection bill, government is putting itself in a position where it can better defend the interests of the people of Barbados and defend the population as a whole against the breaches of data that are collected on an ongoing day-by-day, week-by-week, and month-by-month basis. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it goes without saying that we have heard repeat instances from around the world of situations where tremendous amounts of data fall into the hands of persons. In fact, as recently as this week in the United States of America, I believe there is a credit card company called Capital One, where 100 million accounts were accessed, and the information of people who hold those credit cards was accessed by a technical operator working within that company. And that, yes, and that hacker, sir, accessed all of the application and on the accounts of 100 million people and is now facing criminal prosecution. We also know that one of the major issues in the United States of America is the fact that there is an ongoing discussion nationally and debate and investigations into whether or not their own election was compromised at presidential level by hackers getting access to the online systems which are used in the United States of America. So that the issue of security is really the critical issue in all of this that we're discussing. But the point I want to make, sir, is that for small economies and small islands like ours, it goes a little bit further. It goes not just to the question of the general security, but it goes, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the issue of our survivability, the issue of our ability to continue to do business in the way in which we have to do it if we are going to continue to exist in certain markets. Now, if you think, sir, of the car rental companies in Barbados, if you cast your mind, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the tourism sector as a whole, you have hotels, large and small. Even before you get to the hotels, you arrive at the airport and you have to go through an immigration process. You have, Mr. Speaker, sir, tour operators. You have operators of domestic product attractions and so on. All of these entities, as a matter of course, on a day-by-day basis, take information for a variety of purposes from the visitors who are attending on them. You're renting a car, and you get the background information where the person lives from overseas. You want to know, Mr. Speaker, sir, not only what their address is, but very often in the structure of the thing, because you want to be able to do your own direct marketing as well, and to reach out to them so that if there is an opportunity to do further business when they come to Barbados, or if they can help by way of the contacts that are being made, if they can help you or you can help them to make sure that there's an ongoing commercial relationship, you take information about the corporate entity that they belong to. You take information, Mr. Speaker, sir, about the address of that corporate entity. If it is an individual, the address of the individual, the persons who are actually going to be driving the vehicle during the time that they are on the island, etc., etc. How that information is managed and manipulated becomes critical. But under the general data protection regulations of the European Union, some whopping penalties were prescribed. And the challenge that we have had, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that we were finding ourselves in circumstances where any business found not to be able to comply with the regulations of the European Union could be fined up to 20 million euros, or 4% of the company's annual turnover. Now, the reality is that for many small businesses in Barbados and medium-sized businesses in Barbados, and I dare say, sir, for most of the businesses in Barbados, the kind of penalties that you open yourself to presents a daunting task because you have little or no financial ability in real terms to meet the kind of penalty that could be visited upon you. But in addition to all of that, you cannot turn a blind eye to the requirements or push back on the requirements simply because of the fact that the European Union is too large an entity and we are too dependent on that entity in terms of a source market for some of the very vital aspects of business that we now do. Outside of tourism, it is true to say that there is a number of online transactions that take place in this country between ourselves and the European Union, where people doing that type of business also have to take the data or information from their clients over there, but are not in a position, and were not in a position, to be able to properly protect that data. Now, sir, the fact of the matter is that there were two things that happened that we had to correct fairly quickly. The first, sir, is that you're operating in a situation where you're literally flying blind. And this has been a concern for all entities across the Caribbean. It has been a concern, sir, at the level of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, for example, and at the level of their ministerial council. And indeed, I am fairly sure that I am accurate when I say that we are one of the first of the countries within this Caribbean region to be able to have a satisfactory piece of legislation being implemented so as to sensibly and seriously respond to this challenge that was presented to this region in May of last year. So there has been a timely response. But the European Union did not, and this is the point I want to make first, the European Union did not, on a fly-by-night manner, wake up at the start of May in 2018 and decide that at the end of May 2018 this is going to happen. This, sir, was in the pipeline for a little while. And those people who had their ears, or should have had their ears to the ground, those people who were charged with the administration of this country's foreign policy and this country's foreign affairs generally, this country's international business, this country's commercial well-being, sir, would have been knowledgeable of the fact that this is an issue about which our people needed to be conversant, and equally about which our legislature needed to be responsive. That we were caught flat-footed, and indeed, I remember well, sir, when I raised this matter in the very first speech that I made in this place, it would have been after the election of last year in the mini-budget debate, when the Prime Minister would have come to Parliament in June of last year, in the first week of June, with a mini-budget. And I raised this matter, sir, because of the fact that it carried, in my judgment, very severe and significant potential for the tourism industry if we did not have an appropriate response to it being put in place in quick time. And that is why I'm very happy today to be able to say, as part of this government, that the government's response has been satisfactory and swift, and it has outpaced practically every island that I could think about within the Eastern Caribbean. All of us who are similarly challenged by this issue and this development. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a question really of governance, because, as has been said repeatedly in the House today, we are taking people's personal information, but we have to have a structure within which we deal with that information. And we have to be able to satisfy those people with whom we are doing business that the information we take from them we really require, and that we are going to use it in a manner that is mature, serious, and sensible and responsible. And that will not be a harassment to the same very individuals who you're taking the information from. Now, one of the important pieces or parts of this legislation will be that it is only with my permission, that having taken my information, that you will then be able to come after me with regard to marketing and trying to reach out to me to do whatever else you wish me to do on as a commercial incentive. The fact of the matter is, sir, that there is rather an ability within this legislation for an individual whose data has been taken to say, look, I don't want it to be used for you coming to call on me for marketing purposes. You want this information, I give it to you, but that's that. That individual who does that, that customer, is now empowered in a way that he or she was not previously, because you have some measure of control over your personal information. Now, I want to say this to this House. It is not, even though I'm speaking in the context of our tourism environment, it is not about our tourism environment only. It is really about how we in Barbados now see the vistas and opportunities for commerce in this country evolving. Barbados must understand that that which we do for our tourists, we are in fact doing for ourselves. If we want Barbados to be universally accessible by way of its being a hospitable touristic environment, it means that everybody in Barbados must have access to the street corners and access to the bathroom facilities and wherever else if you have a disability. Because universal accessibility we're talking about is an accessibility for Barbadians as well. And that is true in every single aspect of the tourism experience. In this particular regard, Mr. Speaker, sir, you don't have to stretch your imagination too far to understand why it is important that our citizens must have greater control over their personal data in all walks of life, in circumstances where they do not now do so, but long should have been put in a position where they could have that control. You, sir, and I, and every member of this House have constituents. And you, sir, and I, and every member of this House have constituents who know what it is to have gone to the National Housing Corporation and made applications at the National Housing Corporation for a unit or for a piece of land or whatever. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a year ago, only a year ago, we were saddled with a set of circumstances when we came into office that there are people who legitimately have gone to the NHC, made applications, given their information about themselves to the NHC, and have been kept in a position not by just the last 5 years of the last administration or the last 10 years of the last administration, but as I have said in this House before, sir, I know people in my constituency who have been waiting on the NHC since 1980 somebody. That's a fact. So they're essentially lost in the system. Those clients, because that is what they are powerless in the context of having ability to know where their information is and how it is being used or if it is being used. So it is an issue of development which says to me, and I hope it says to every member of this House, that now we have an opportunity to empower our people, that if you go back to the NHC thing, and obviously it cannot be the fault of this administration, because this administration now come, but there's a systemic failure that we must see for what it is, that I must be able to lift a phone or go online and identify where my application is in a system. And I must have a sense of ownership of the information that is my application, what my application is about, so that I am not hoping and waiting and praying that one day somebody will get round to me. But rather, sir, that I am in a situation where the system is responsive to me. And there are in fact places in the world where public offices now can treat to the client, the ordinary citizen, in that way because the regulatory environment facilitates that and indeed requires that. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is equally true in the medical system. You go into a polyclinic, you should be able to know, as of right, that you are arriving at a polyclinic in St. John, but you're accustomed to going to a polyclinic in St. Michael. But that notwithstanding, your medical records can be accessed with your blessing immediately by the people in St. John. Because it ain't your fault that you happen to take sick when you were in St. John to rush you to the nearest polyclinic. But the reality is that for all of the evolution of our system, Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenge that we have faced is to give our people that sense of ownership over their personal information. And we all know, those of us who have practiced law know that when you hear this thing of a personal injury case, somebody suffers bodily harm in a car accident, and they have a right to bring a case against the person who is the negligent tortfeasor. But sir, you go to the doctor at the hospital, and the doctor writes a set of medical notes about you. That's your information. But then the Queen Elizabeth Hospital has told you, well, boy, we can't find the records. We can't find the notes. We can't find whatever. And people are continue to blow and have continued throughout time, sir. You smile because I know you know this. You've experienced the agony. your client suffers because they blow and blow in the breeze of a system that has not been able to be sufficiently responsive to being able to give people control over their data and their records, etc. So that, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are, and this is how the Europeans have built it out, and this legislation is modeled on the European thing. We are now at the cusp of an environment, a new environment, in which people are increasingly being empowered as a result of placing data in the hands of a public system, or in some cases in a private system, but then having the right in law to have some ownership and control over how that data is used or misused or not used, and to be able to trace the way in which these things are happening around them. And I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is an important part of the departure as we go forward to a newer Barbados. It is obviously, sir, an area where we can also now feel satisfied that we have, in very short time, and let us understand the politics of it, we have in short time, sir, by this legislation, gone a long way down the road to solving problems of business facilitation in Barbados. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us again not forget, we campaign in opposition about the need to facilitate business in this country better. What the legislation now does is to give us an opportunity, insofar as interfaces with the outside world, in particular the European Union, is concerned, of better facilitating and accommodating the type of business that we are trying to do, or certain types of business that we are trying to do. And again, I go back to the example, sir, of the tourism sector, because it is, in my judgment, going to impact heavily on the tourism sector. Let us look at the hotel registration process. Hotels, sir, are registering people in this country every single day. And whether large or small, they are in fact doing business with people who are coming from Europe. And those people coming from Europe, sir, were for a period of time confronted with a situation where they were asked to give information of a personal nature in circumstances where the country could not guarantee that there was a structure in place that required that data to be dealt with in accordance with certain basic standards. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is necessary to recognize that the legislation is requiring technological steps to be taken. The use of antivirus and anti-malware and anti-spyware type of software and software updates, the encryption of portable devices, the intrusion detection methods which are state-of-the-art. All of those, sir, are information technological things that must now be built into the systems. But again, it is a piece of legislation which, as the Honourable Member for St. Peter said, will carry with it the knee-jerk reaction in the society, I am sure, of people saying, oh, well, it can mean that there's an increase in cost. Yes, initially that is true. But what are we saving? It is an investment, not just simply an increase in cost. It is an investment which we must make sure that all business in Barbados, whether large, and unfortunately, sir, it is all too easy for the large ones to do it, but so perhaps we should look at the small and the micro. But the small and the micro as well must be carried on this journey, because they are all part and parcel of that group which is exposed. The challenge which faced and confronted the Caribbean Tourism Organization on this matter, sir, was that the existence, and that's why I say it is to some extent an existential issue, the existence of several businesses in the Caribbean, and Barbados is no different, turned on their ability to continue to embrace in a satisfactory way the European Union as a major market from which we are drawing tourists. We want that. We want the Germans to be coming here. We want the French people to be coming here. And indeed, some parts of the Caribbean, the French are as important as the English are to us. We want the Irish to be coming here. We want the Scots to be coming here. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if you're going to have them come in, then you have to be able to adequately satisfy them that the regulatory environment that they must now take for granted at home with regard to their personal information is something that we can virtually duplicate back here. And the Caribbean was in no position to say that we were able to do that. But if you can do that, but other people around the world who you're competing with are able to do it, then they're going to eat your lunch. And so therefore there was a need to move in this direction and to be able to satisfy the market that we are in fact able to do the things that we are required to do. I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the other aspect of this legislation, which is important, is that we are not going to process data in a way that is unduly detrimental to individuals, but ensure that the data is kept in certain prescribed manners. The Honourable Member for St. Peter spoke to some extent on this issue. You can't take people's information, sir, and use it in a way that will humbug the individual who you take it from. I gave you the example previously of people who will, I suppose, do a form of what used to be called telemarketing, and they're constantly calling at you. But in this very, very sophisticated world, sir, your computer is bombarded by unwanted emails and so on and so forth. So the customer must be given the opportunity to have some control over that environment. Equally, the information, once it is held by me, must be managed by me in such a way that above and beyond just harassing people about it, is not used in a negative way, in a way that hurts or offends against good taste, or offends against good business practices, or even offends against morality. You know, very often they ain't just taking your name, Mr. Speaker, so they're taking your name, your address, and your picture. And what happens with the picture? So it goes on and on. And the standards that are now built in place, Mr. Speaker, must be seen as standards, again, for the way in which we do business in this country between ourselves as people in the commercial sphere in Barbados. In the commercial sphere in Barbados, there will now be a piece of legislation which acts as a threshold, a standard beyond which we are not allowed to fall. And that standard, sir, will be saying that I can't take your information, Mr. Speaker, sir, and use it in a way that is injurious to you. That if you've come to do business with me, and I have your information for whatever purpose, or if I, sir, go to you, and you are my attorney, and you have my information for whatever purpose, that you must so manage it as to not be enduring my best interests. And that applies to the doctors. That applies, Mr. Speaker, sir, to every other aspect of commercial life in this country. So it is a sea change, if you will. It is an opportunity, sir, for us to seek to go to a higher and more efficient and more responsible way of doing business in this country. I think it is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, for us to take with us our constituents and our communities, because we are giving birth to a series of obligations on one part and rights on the other that did not previously exist and certainly were not seen as worthy of being defended and promoted before now. And I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, once again, this government finds itself in a very happy position to be at the forefront of important change and transformation in the Barbados commercial environment. I am satisfied, sir, that this is a useful piece of legislation. I'm satisfied that it helps us to respond adequately to what the requirements are coming out of the European Union. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a very critical part of this is the Data Protection Commissioner. The bill makes provisions for the appointment of a public officer to be called a Data Protection Commissioner, who will be responsible for the general administration. And there's a whole list of functions which he must look after, or he or she, monitoring and enforcing the application of the bill, promoting public awareness and understanding of the risks and the rules and the safeguards and the rights. And this, Mr. Speaker, sir, perhaps is the one aspect of the thing that we have to be very real about as a government. Yes, this came to a new administration in circumstances where the new administration had to respond very rapidly to the environment we find ourselves in and the demands of the environment. But, sir, under ordinary circumstances, one of the things that we would have to do, but that which we must now do, and I'm sure that my colleague in the Ministry of Commerce would have top-of-mind awareness on, is promotion of public understanding of all that is involved in this. Because at every level, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't care what it is that you do commercially, at every level you are now taking on certain responsibilities with respect to safeguarding the information you're taking from me. And to making sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you understand and protect my rights with respect to my personal information. And that can only be done successfully in this country if people have comprehension and awareness and understanding of what is involved. And also, sir, if we are in a position to make sure that they can safely navigate these responsibilities so that they don't run afoul of the law and don't even realize what they've gone and done.
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the promotion of awareness is a very important part of the process. But I believe, sir, that that is an easy thing. I believe that it is going to require engagement with the public. I know that the urgency of the hour was to try to get the bill in place so that we could do some basic business that we have to do. We just brought 38 new kiosks into the airport. We are, Mr. Speaker, sir, taking information this evening as I am on the floor of this Parliament from people who've come from Europe arriving here. They're going to the kiosk, Mr. Speaker, sir, and they're going to give their name and address. They're going to give, Mr. Speaker, sir, all the personal details. We have to be in a position, sir, to be able to satisfy the rest of the world that that standard that is now deemed to be a common standard is a standard that we can rise to and maintain. We do not have the luxury, Mr. Speaker, of doing as the Americans seem inclined to do and saying, well, boy, it doesn't matter to us because we're bigger than you. We don't have that trump to sound. You know, the Bible speaks of the trump. We don't have that trump to sound, Mr. Speaker, sir. So the clarion call for us cannot be that.
I remember not a trumpet, a trump.
That's not trumpet. So therefore, sir, we got to be more compliant. And I think that having dealt with the compliance issue now, the next stage for us must be to be able to bring everybody on board in the context of public awareness and understanding of what is involved as we transform the commercial environment in the country to make it more responsive and responsible about people's personal business. Again, you know, sir, we had a piece of legislation here a little while ago where we were going to do DNA testing and blood testing and so on and so forth. And the same issue presents itself. People find out that you got AIDS, Mr. Speaker, sir, but you got to protect you from the fact that somebody find out that you got AIDS. There has to be something about, I'm saying metaphorically, sir, not that you have. But people have to be protected about information that folks find out about them that cannot just be loosely bandied about on street corners. Because even though our Constitution does not contemplate a right to privacy, we understand the insurmountable level of, incalculable level of injury that can be done to people in their private capacity by information falling loosely into the hands of people that ought not to be loosely into the hands of people. And that is really what this is about. It's about making sure that the society is more responsive in that setting. And I think Barbadians, sir, have always been that type of people who are, for the most part, very mature, very willing to appreciate these more subtle points about how we must coexist with each other. And this legislation, sir, helps us to guard against the worst-case scenarios that will arise from time to time. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for indulging me.
Beyond the 2 minutes.
Pardon, sir?
Beyond the 2 minutes.
Indeed, beyond the 2 minutes, sir. I recognize that we are about 3 seconds beyond the 2 minutes, and I do not intend to trespass any further on your goodwill. I am obliged.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I shall endeavor not to be long, just to put a few remarks on the record. Of course, I recognize that most of us are subject to that post-lunch disposition that is common to many, and I will try to avoid adding to that disposition and having the chamber suffer the bearance of my voice for too long on this matter. I will, however, begin by saying, in my view, this is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this current administration has brought to these honourable halls. This will, in fact, signal and very substantively and substantially so, call into being a significant change in culture in Barbados with respect to how we handle information, especially in the business world and the business environment. Let me compliment the Honourable Minister from the other place who was led in the formulation of this legislation and, in fact, its introduction to the attention of the Parliament of Barbados. Now, Mr. Speaker, part of the profile of a maturing democracy, in my humble submission, is its evident ability to properly and prudently manage information, observing the tensions which can exist between the need to know and the right to privacy. My honourable friend from St. James Central rightly said that the Constitution does not anticipate necessarily or admit fully of a right to privacy. I think implicit in the other rights conferred upon all of us as citizens of this country, if we are to properly access those rights and make meaning of those rights, there's an implicit understanding that there's a certain level of right to privacy. This was found in recent times in the Jamaica Constitutional Court that dealt with this particular matter of the handling, I think it was of national identification registration. The matter was tested in court, and the court found on behalf of, as the plaintiff, Mr. Speaker, that there is implicit in the Constitution that right to privacy. So we must all assume that in a civilized society, in a maturing democracy, that implicit right is to be observed, and the attempt to set it in a legislative context and framework, albeit with reference to the world of business, is a step forward positively in my humble estimation. So we're putting in place a mechanism that will help us to better manage data. We're putting in place a mechanism that will help us better deal with those tensions existing between that right of access to information, which we need to make more liberal and more so available to the people of Barbados, and that right to privacy. We are, Mr. Speaker, citizens of a digital world. Some of us at the birth of that world came into that world screaming and bawling. It was a long time, Mr. Speaker, before I even accepted the concept of the use of a cell phone. But eventually, you're forced to do that. Now I find I am standing right next to a fixed line, and I'm calling a fixed line, but I'm using a mobile phone. Such is the impulse that drives us in this digital world this new technological world in which we must exist. And the culture about us is driven largely by the technology available to us and that which is soon to descend upon us. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that world is very much about that and revolves around that. And if we are to make full use of our presence here, and if as a growing economy and a maturing democracy, we are to make full meaning of our existence as a small developing state, then we have to recognize the impulse that drives life today, much of which has to do with technology, much of which has to do with the movement of data and strategic information or information use for strategic purposes. Information goes much farther and faster these days. And a country that is serious about its growth and about its position of responsibility in the world must properly position itself to be a part of that digital culture, embrace the tools of trade, reflect the fact that we are mature and a responsible citizen state in this world of global state entities. The potential to increase our attraction for investment is not to be underestimated. I think the Honourable Member for St. James Central alluded to this. If we are to find and obtain and benefit significantly from any competitive advantage, we need to recognize the importance of taking steps like this at this time. As I understand it from what I've read and even from what I've heard here today, insofar as this type of move is concerned legislatively, strategically, Barbados is positioning itself in the front lines of the attempt to manage strategically information for the benefit of its national development, while at the same time ensuring that data, personal data, is properly protected. Now, the Honourable Member for St. George South, who introduced this measure in the lower chamber, this Honourable House, made reference to the undergirding principles upon which this legislative mechanism sits. And these are important. And I refer to them only in repeating them to underscore my own feeling, my own view, that they are extremely important. And we must not yield at all. In fact, we must be firm, Mr. Speaker, and unyielding with respect to adherence to the principles that undergird this legislation. Because these principles will give to this document and its legal form integrity and validity and credibility. And if we bend, if we resile from, if we yield on these important core principles that underpin this legislation, we defeat ourselves and fail in the purpose which we now pursue in this House today. And so this data must be lawfully processed. That's one. Two, must be used only for specified and lawful purposes. I repeat them only for emphasis. Three, the information must be kept no longer than is necessary. And four, we must strictly observe due rights under the legislation, due rights of individuals under the legislation. If integrity is to attach to the process, if credibility is to attach to the process, if the process is to find validity in the perception of the public, then of course we must not resile from, we must not yield, and we must be firm in holding to those very important principles, only four of which I have mentioned today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to stress, and must stress, that there must be extreme sensitivity and caution relative to matters of health. Now, you know and I hope the whole chamber knows, that when this member of St. James Central, the honourable member of St. James Central just now used those words, Mr. Speaker, you may have AIDS. That was a general you. And I was wishing, Mr. Speaker, that in your own interest you would have clarified that, because these things go out on public broadcast. And that was a general you. And I think that we may smile at these things, but these things are extremely important. I hope that we can get past the day, Mr. Speaker, when documents repeatedly fall off the backs of trucks, especially trucks passing on Bay Street. And we are part of a culture where truck drivers are careless, and those who assist them are indifferent to what transpires, and documents fall from the back of trucks, and people's private business becomes to them a public nuisance. And Mr. Speaker, we say that lightly and we smile while we say that, but Barbados and Barbadians must be bigger than that. We have heard it bandied about even in these hollowed chambers here, references to people's financial position or lack of financial means, or their recently past stress, or their movement from poverty to plenty in a hurry, 5 years or less. And we have heard all of these things because people's business are made the public's business. And I would want to think that what I am hearing being presented to us and captured in the submissions of the three persons who thus far have spoken on behalf of the government, I'm hoping that what I am hearing is signaling to me and to the public of Barbados that we want to get past those days where people's information is used for malicious purposes. That type of culture causes us to be, as Kitsite aptly described us, so malicious and dangerous. But we want to push beyond that and ensure that we are a maturing society as well as a maturing democracy, and that the world of business which we create within our borders and that we expose to the world is a world of business that presents an image of decency, an image of prudent and proper management of people's information. And I see that as a very serious thing, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to suggest that the process of implementing this legislation should be gradual. And it's one thing to bring legislation to the chamber and have it pass, to debate it fully, even to expose it to the public for scrutiny before it is brought here. That's good, to be commended. But the implementation of it can cause problems. And one could see that there's significant potential in this particular, it's a radical change in the culture. And one could see therefore inherent in that and in the document itself, the potential for a situation where implementation of it could be problematic and challenging. I caution this administration because in 1 year it has become very experienced in the matter of bringing things to Parliament, passing legislation in this chamber, implementing measures administratively, then hearing an outcry from the people, and then pulling back. Well, I'm glad that the administration listens, and I'm glad that it pulls back when it finds it necessary. But it would be better if when we brought measures and then have to implement those measures, that we get it right first time around. Because we do not want to present an image of a government that bungles. We've had various situations. The current one ongoing right now is causing a lot of pain in the bosoms of people. It has to do with pensions and all of that. But this debate today is not about that. But as you go forward gradually. You may go forward with fervor. You may go forward with a very positive attitude. But you want to make sure that when you go forward with as much certainty of step as is possible. And this legislation, well-intended and pretty well framed even up until now, has within it that very obvious potential for challenge as you seek to implement that. And I wish not for this, but I will not be surprised if not long from now, we're coming here to pull back on something of significance in this legislation. You're changing a culture. Legislation is never, ever perfect. And there's always a need for change. So let's be as sure of foot as we can be, as sure of step as we can be, and don't spoil good legislation by bad implementation and then tarnish your image of tidiness and astuteness. That's just my word of caution for the government. I'm glad to see in this legislation that financial records are listed among financial records, perhaps I should say, is listed among that information that is deemed to be personal and sensitive data. I read the opinion that was shared by the Bankers Association, who seem to hold the view that because of otherwise obtained elsewhere, they make reference to the model legislation. And in that model legislation, they offer the view that financial information, financial records, is not part of that which is considered to be personal and sensitive information. I am glad that when those who presented to the committee were able to suggest that this is Barbados and we should do it our way, and that confidentiality and protection for people with respect to financial records and financial information is something that we need to more highly value. I'm glad that the committee of the day heard that opinion and have accommodated that opinion in the final document. And I think I heard the Honourable Member for St. George South, who did a good job in presenting today. I hand him that. I think I heard him alluding to the fact that the government is pleased to accommodate the type of thinking which suggests that financial records should be considered as part of the sensitive personal data. I support listing it there in our small state context. They point out, the Bankers Association, that you want to ensure stability in the financial services sector. Yeah, we want to ensure stability in the financial services sector, but a person's right to be protected from nuisance public exposure, to be protected from malicious exposure and overexposure is also a consideration of premium value. And the Bankers Association may have a view. It's not everything that the bankers do that we agree with in Barbados today. And I really wish that the government would take a different view from the bankers on many other things, and that some appropriate pressure be applied to ensure that they do not continue to take advantage of poor people in this country who are made to pay through their ears and through their noses for services which benefit the banking institutions themselves. And I am sure my honourable friend from St. Philip's South agrees with me on that, and fully so. For I have heard his call and cry in this very chamber that we need to deal with the banking institutions in Barbados who continue to apply some service fees and charges which amount to exploitation in the opinion of some. My opinion is included in that sum, Mr. Speaker. Now, just a couple more things. we've had some discussion today about the increased costs to be attendant on the implementation of this, especially with respect to medium and small-sized businesses. But of course, bigger businesses, they increase costs. And I heard the Honourable member for St. Peter make reference to this. And I listened quite carefully to him, and he was concerned, and he admitted that there will be increased costs. I think similarly, the member of St. James Central admitted that there would be some increased costs to doing business, and hopefully, swiftly, the Honourable member of St. George South will also come to that view. But I heard these two honourable friends, St. James Central and St. Peter, suggest, yes, there will be increased costs. But my view when the Honourable member of St. Peter spoke is that of the Honourable member of St. James Central, and that you can't just see it as an expense, because I personally interpret it, though it be added cost, I see it as an investment in the integrity of your own business. And I believe if it is seen in that way, you recognize that that investment in the integrity of your business brings back returns to you. And we've also got, as a nation, to make sure that we comply. But it's not a matter of compliance, it's that we set standards for ourselves, which allow us to say to the world, you can do business here, because we are among the best jurisdictions in the world for doing business. And that is the kind of thinking that I embrace, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There will be some costs, and I still think that perhaps the administration should see what it could do to help to reduce that cost, especially to smaller and more medium-sized businesses. But I implore those who are faced with that added cost to doing business to see it in terms of being an investment that makes a better business profile for you and a better business profile for the nation, and therefore returns benefits, Mr. Speaker, to all of us. Now, these fines here, I don't like some of these fines here, Mr. Speaker. Some of these penalties, perhaps I should better say, some of them, Mr. Speaker, are quite high. And I have heard from the lips of the Honourable Attorney General and other persons legally minded that the court understands that when you set a fine of $50,000 or what have you, that is a ceiling, and therefore the appropriate presiding officer will operate to suit given the circumstances. But I believe in black and white, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if it says $50,000...
Not deputy, sir, Mr.
Sorry?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. But I do believe in black and white. And I believe if it says $50,000, then the possibility more than exists that the wrong judicial mind, and I use wrong in inverted commas, can hit you with that $50,000 because the law provides for it. And you would hope that prudent judgment would obtain and that the fines would be commensurate with the circumstances. But the fact is the law says $50,000, well, then that is what you're facing if you're facing the wrong judge.
Honourable member, this thing called discretion, something known as discretion.
Right. Yes. And I'm saying if you meet up on a judicial officer whose discretion is questionable, because your very prudent discretion, Mr. Speaker, may not equate with the discretion of another judicial officer.
Honourable member, that's where there's a right of appeal that always exists.
All right. So my point as a layperson is that I'm concerned about the penalties and what they imply for smaller fish in the pond. And that is just a concern that I would want to express. A greater concern, Mr. Speaker, is the evident lack of independence afforded the Data Protection Commissioner in the legislation. Unless I'm wrong, I got sight of a copy of the full final bill here this morning and was able to see immediately that my view on one particular aspect of it, Section 93, My view when I sat in this chair this morning was wrong, because Section 93 had been made subject to change, as your member for St. George South pointed out. And I do not know if there's any other major change in the legislation of which I might not have taken notice. But certainly the business of, when I saw last a full version of the bill, the lack of independence afforded the Data Protection Commissioner. The lack of independence afforded the Data Protection Commissioner. I was a member of that committee, Mr. Speaker. Didn't get to all of the meetings because of scheduling and illness in one instance, but I got to one or two of the meetings. One of the meetings I attended, there was a presentation from an interested party, and that party made reference to this same matter of the lack of independence given to the Data Protection Commissioner in the legislation. I'd like to make reference to that document with your leave. I've got a copy from the Clerk of Parliament, and it says, as drafted, there is no true independence of the Data Protection Commissioner built into the bill. The Commissioner does not have any independence in respect of staffing, budgeting, and there's no security of tenure. Importantly, too, there are no provisions that expressly speak to the essential requirement for such independence. If there's no independence, the Commissioner will not be sufficiently insulated from undue pressure. This raises the possibility that the Commissioner may face additional difficulty in effectively carrying out the myriad functions under the legislation in the face of pressure exerted by external actors. Importantly so, equally, Mr. Speaker, it is an agreed obligation of the government to implement a supervisory authority that is independent. Indeed, Article 197 of the EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement, to which Barbados is signatory, mandates the establishment of an independent supervisory authority in respect of data protection. That article says, in part, the parties and the signatories, CARIFORUM states, and Barbados is one of them, recognizing A, their common interest in protecting fundamental rights and freedoms of natural persons, and in particular their right to privacy with respect to the processing of personal data. B, the importance of maintaining effective data protection regimes as a means of protecting the interests of consumers, stimulating investor confidence, and facilitating trans-border flows of personal data. That the collection and processing of personal data should be accomplished in a transparent and fair manner with due respect accorded to the data protection. These signatories to this economic partnership agreement agreed to establish appropriate legal and regulatory regimes, as well as appropriate administrative capacity to implement them, including independent supervisory authorities, in order to ensure an adequate level of protection of individuals with regard to the processing of personal data in line with existing high standards. And it refers as well, I'll skip some of it, to functional independence, provisions expressly affirming the independence of the Data Protection Commissioner. For example, the Data Protection Commissioner shall act with complete independence. These are suggestions as to what might be included. But I think I've quoted sufficiently. I will not take any more time to do that. Simply suggesting that in this view, by this interested party, and unless I'm shown otherwise in the document as it now stands, I have to hold the view that a sufficiency of independence is not afforded in the letter of the law to the Data Protection Commissioner. Now, we have seen this with reference to other pieces of legislation brought here. I think with respect to the planning policy, I've made reference to that. With respect to the changes to the public service legislation, I made reference to that. I think one, perhaps other piece of legislation which escapes me at the moment in terms of its title. But this pattern of setting in place mechanisms and at the same time framing the law such that the independence of the actors in question renders them subject to interference from above or beyond or from outside. I think that that is a legitimate concern. These are some of the things I briefly wanted to mention. I don't detect that anybody has fallen asleep since I started. Those who are asleep were asleep before I started, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Microsoft Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by commending the work of the minister who sits in that other place on bringing this data protection bill, and of the leadership as well this morning of the member for St. George South in bringing it to this chamber and going through this very important legislation and taking us through step by step its importance in various sectors of our work and its importance to the people of Barbados. Now, we all grew up hearing the term or the expression, the hardest thing is to know. And that really encapsulates the work that this bill represents. Information is everything. There's nothing that you can or perhaps should do without understanding certain things about the problem or the issue that you face and then coming up with the commensurate response. And so this bill gives us not just the capacity, the wherewithal to be able to collect and transmit information as necessary and to make sure that people's personal data is protected, but it also takes us in a certain direction. It gives us direction not just in terms of how we treat information that may be coming from those who visit our shores, not just how we treat information from businesses and how it is used to improve and increase investment and investor confidence and trade across borders, but it also gives us, sir, direction in terms of how we treat ourselves. And I'll tell you what I mean, sir. For some time, I've been noticing, and I think we've all realized, that there has been, among all of us, perhaps not the greatest respect given to people's personal information. Simple things, sir, like going into an institution, including, in my personal example, a financial institution, sitting to complete a form and realizing that in front of me, I could see displayed all the other forms that had been completed by all the other people who had walked in that office that morning. So it meant that by doing nothing other than just using the benefit of my sight, I was able to simply glance and see the name and all the other personal information of people who had walked in and had the similar conversation to what I was having with the officer in front of me. And I said to the young man, this is the form that I'm filling out now. Those forms that I'm seeing there that are so clearly displayed. Is that, so when I complete this form, you're going to put that on top of that stack? And he said, yes, that's where they go. And I tried in that moment to explain to him that really the system that needed to be in place to be able to protect these people's information had to at least benefit from the simple act of taking up perhaps an envelope or a piece of paper and putting it, as my grandmother would say, to rest down on top of that stack of information. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I do not agree on many things, or we used to, but perhaps not in the last little while. But what we agree on today is that it calls for more than the changes that are outlined in this bill, but it also calls for a change in orientation, a change in culture, a change in attitude. In fact, most of the reforms, all of the reforms that this government has hit the ground running to implement, including the planning and development legislation, including the Public Financial Management Act, all of these things call for a shift in how we treat each other. and how we treat the information that belongs to Barbadians. Taking information in public spaces is something else that I'm highlighting, because I realize that there are technical provisions of this act, but I start, sir, by seeking to highlight the fact that this is really about understanding the importance of privacy and what privacy means. And so many of us find ourselves walking into a doctor's office, walking into a polyclinic or even the hospital, and being asked to stand at a kiosk or at a desk and to provide personal information. So I stand in a waiting room with about 30 people behind me, and I'm asked where I live, who's my next of kin, what is my telephone number, and whether I am allergic to anything. And I'm saying that to say that it is not just about what we do with information that we gather electronically. It's not just about how we protect data when we hit send or when we send it to international organizations. It is also about the understanding of the idea, the notion of privacy and what that means. So when I walk into a polyclinic, or when I walk into the Family Planning Association, or when I walk into some other medical service provider, and they say to me, that is the list of the people who are here to see the doctor. Put your name on that list. And I decline, because I can see all of the other people who have come to see the doctor before me. And I certainly am not going to put my name down so that the next person after me can come and see that I was there this morning. These are all of the simple ways in which we need to protect people and protect their information, and try to come up with systems that say, okay, well, you tell me your name, or you hand me your ID card, and I will write it down on this sheet so I know that you're number 14. And so when I am told, well, that's how we do it, you can't see the doctor unless you write down your name there, then I understand that legislation like this is important, not just in terms of the technical provisions and the ways in which it will allow us to increase our competitiveness, but quite simply because it sends the signal to all of us in this chamber. It sends the signal to every Barbadian that we need to have a greater level of respect for people's information and for their right to privacy. Mr. Speaker, sir, a few weeks ago, as part of our Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan and the structural reforms that this government is undertaking, within that plan, we engaged the World Bank on the matter of doing business and the fact that Barbados has, in the past few years, really been declining in terms of its score in key indicators. It is one, but not the only, one of the reasons why, or one of the triggers, or one of the symptoms that suggested to us that we needed to bring new planning and development legislation, which process we started as far back as last July, as soon as we were given the opportunity. Because in the Doing Business report, the time it takes to get a construction permit, that is the indicator that they use, that is their language, but they really mean the time it takes to get permission to build or to develop any property, they had as over 400 days in their last report. And so we said to them quite simply, since you are the ones that publish this information, surely you are the ones who are in the best place to say to countries, what are the kinds of changes that will improve score, not just for the sake of improving a score, although the improvement of the score is important in the signal that it sends to the investor community, not just for the sake of changing the score, sir, but in order to really bring about real reform to be of benefit to investors and people in this country. And you know, I pause for a moment to say that when we talk about investment, it is not some kind of esoteric idea. And we aren't talking even about the trickle-down notion of economics where you just put all of your investment or you do all the facilitation for the big private sector and hope that some of it gets down to the small people. That's not what it's about. Investment is all about people. And all of this work that we do is about making sure not just that the people who've always gotten through will get through. It's not just about big business and large companies, but it is really about making sure that every Barbadian has the absence of nuisance in their lives so that they can do what they want to be a part of the growth in this economy. So we engaged the World Bank to come and speak with us and have a conversation and really look indicator by indicator at this doing business report. And what are the reasons that we are not doing well, and what are the things that we need to do? And they produced a reform note. And the reform note is really a roadmap. These are the things that are going to allow you to be able to improve competitiveness so that the economy can grow, so that people have more confidence to invest, and also that people, regular people from Carnhill Village, from Delamere Land, from Britain's Hill, from Flagstaff, from Clapham, from all over this country, can be a part of this development, can get a town planning permission. Well, to get it, you have to seek it, but to seek and get town planning permission, and those regulations are important, to get a liquor license, to set up a shop, to do all these things that stimulate economic activity. So the importance of work like this, sir, the importance of this bill is that it enables us to manage and transmit the kind of data that allows us to be part of a regional and a global market and economy. And much of what was said, much of what was pointed out in the reform note that was produced by the World Bank, really, it really just goes across everything from customs to the port to the Barbados Revenue Authority to town planning to every agency that has a contribution to make or that functions in some capacity that affects business. What are the steps? We didn't waste time, sir, in setting about the process of responding to those recommendations, because this is not going to be a government like the last one, where we pay thousands of dollars for reports that sit on a shelf so that we can say that we paid somebody, or that somebody can say that they benefited from the payment through the taxpayer dollars of this country. So we didn't waste time. The Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, immediately called together all of those ministries and departments that have some role to play in the investment climate in this country, and we sat one by one and went through and said, these are the things for which you and you and you and you are responsible, and you must tell us how you are going to be able to implement these within this particular timeline. Because these things are critical. These things are extremely important, because as much as we are hitting all of the targets and surpassing all of the targets in the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan, as much as we are meeting all the structural benchmarks, you cannot adjust your way out of an economic crisis. You have to grow. And the fact that this economy has seen no growth for the last decade means that our growth mandate is urgent if we are to get people working and producing and feeling a part of this country and this economy again. So information is everything. And really, we cannot respond to people, and people cannot respond to us. People cannot know what the development needs of the country are unless we make information available. But sir, I want to take this opportunity not just to address the content of this bill that's before this House, but also to relate it to another set or another kind of information that is very important for us in policy making. Now, for some time, obviously, we've had a Statistics Act, originally of 1958 and more recently amended, I think, in 1985. But really a Statistics Act that governs a different kind of information. And this bill speaks to it as well. This bill makes reference to research, data that is used for social policy, and that kind of information and how it relates to issues of privacy. But I raised the matter of the Statistics Act, which legislation, revised legislation, we will also soon be bringing to be able to cover a range of matters that are similar to the matters that are addressed in this bill. And I take this opportunity because I want us to understand that no credible policy is developed without evidence. And the Barbados Statistical Service and other entities that collect information do so as mandated by the government of Barbados. The Barbados Statistical Service carries out the census, does a quarterly continuous labor force survey, collects information, the retail price index, which helps us understand how prices are going up or falling and how it's impacting people in different sectors. What part of that is an increase in food prices? What part of that is an increase in fuel prices? What are the things we need to know about how prices are operating and why? And so when we sit as a joint economic group that is chaired by the Prime Minister, we are examining information. We are not just sitting and thinking, well, you know, it would be nice if, or we don't just wait for some kind of multilateral or an international financial institution to come and say, well, we're doing this work and we want to give you this project. No. We, in fact, have to start from a position of knowledge to be able to say, we have done a survey of living conditions. And based on that survey of living conditions as done by the Statistical Service, we know that there are certain expressions of poverty in particular areas in St. Michael or in St. Joseph or in St. John. We do a household budget survey that allows us to understand what are the particular pressures that households are facing with respect to income. So that on that basis, we are able to devise policy, and policy that really reflects what people are experiencing. The bill that is before this House also makes reference to what we call administrative data, so data records with respect to health or education. That information is also important with respect to policy, because you need to know, for example, what really is your coverage? How many children are enrolled as against how many children you have living in the population? That's why the census is important. How many people are gaining or losing employment? That's why a continuous labor force survey is important. And in fact, Barbados is one of the few countries in the region that has managed to develop and execute a quarterly labor force survey so that we don't have to wait to know how unemployment has moved annually. Because if I lose my job in January of this year, you only find out about it, or it only shows up on your radar a year later, well, then you are no help to me. So having a continuous labor force survey helps us understand what is happening with employment, what's happening with the labor force, where are people moving to, what sectors, what groups of people tend to persistently lack access to employment. This kind of information is important. And the bill makes reference to something that they call pseudonymization of data. All that means is that you can't pass around data in such a way, in a small society like ours, where I can look at the record and know who it is. In statistical terms, we call that anonymization of data. It's the same thing. So in the context of the Barbados Statistical Service, one of the things that the new legislation will need to take account of is how do we anonymize data so that people's privacy is protected, but we can use it in policy development. There are some countries in the region, sir, in which if you are able to say that this person is from this particular community and the level of education they've attained is doctoral, there are some countries that are so small that immediately you know who that person is. And what we need to do is anonymize the data such that looking at a record does not allow me to know that this particular data record relates to a particular person. That is important for this bill that is before the House, but it is also critically important for the new statistical legislation, the amendments that will need to be brought to cover a range of changes that are required. Now, one of the things that has bedeviled policy making, not just in Barbados, across the region and in other jurisdictions as well, has to do with sharing of data, even within government itself, across ministries. So you have legislation that says to you that I cannot take anonymized health records. Now remember, I'm talking about information where you cannot identify who the person is. You're only collecting the data that says, well, we know that in Barbados in this year, 25 people got Zika. And those 25 people were 70% males under the age of 30 and so on. So that's how the data is presented. It's not the actual record itself. But sirs, that in order to be able to pass that from the Ministry of Health or the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to the Ministry of People Empowerment that is trying to develop policy in the area, that there are all kinds of bureaucratic hoops that one has to jump through. And this is something that has been plaguing statistics and policy development in this country for a while. That has been plaguing policy development in the CARICOM region for a while. So that there's this notion that if the data originates with me, then it sits here and it belongs to me, and I determine where it goes and what happens to it. And the fact is that we have to get to a place where ministries and agencies and departments are able, and I believe that the modernization of government program that the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology is also helping to lead, will help us with that. Because the transmission of data is not just about whether it is digitized, or it is also about the legislation that we develop to govern ourselves. To say that because a file sits in a particular agency, it must stay there because we do not have the legislation that allows us to be able to share data such that we can develop policy for the benefit of all Barbadians. That's one of the reasons, sir, that we ask Barbadians every 10 years to kindly open their homes and their businesses to our field officers to be able to carry out a census. The census is due in Barbados next year in 2020. This is the information that allows us to know who is in our population. You cannot develop and implement policy for people unless you know who they are. How many are living below the poverty line or have certain deprivations? How many are men? How many are women? How many are children in and out of school? Those children who are not in school, why? Because it might come to our attention that, in fact, some of those children who were not enrolled in school were not enrolled in school because their parents happened to come from somewhere else in CARICOM. And under certain standards, of an administration that is not ours, were denied access to education, were denied access to health care. Now, of course, this Barbados Labour Party administration has said that those kinds of injustices cannot persist, because if I live in Barbados and I am exposed to some kind of public health risk, the fact that my parents were born somewhere else does not limit the capacity that I have or the extent to which I can transmit it to other Barbadians. If I am 4 or 5 or 7 or 12 years old, I represent a greater risk by not being educated than I do by benefiting from the few dollars and cents that it requires for me to be educated. And I use those examples to say, sir, that we need to know what our population looks like. We need to understand who we are representing and for whom we are writing policy, otherwise the policy will not serve. But we don't only ask people in their homes to open up to census officers because we need the information, and the information is protected under legislation like this. And so people can have that confidence. But we also ask businesses, sir, to submit certain information that helps us to create a better investment climate for them to do business. We have something called a balance of payment survey that is distributed to businesses. And I will concede, I will grant that perhaps we need, in fact, I know that we need to make our process more modern so that we're not sending out a paper survey to ask a company to sit down and fill in something with a pencil to submit to the BSS. Those days are over. So we do have to make sure that we are making it easy for them to complete the information and to submit. But sir, you know, I am in a real language of our ancestors' mood today, because as the old people say, when you say A, you gotta say B. How can you demand, how can you expect, as you should, that a government works with you as a private sector, and when I say private sector, I mean everyone who engages in business, to create the investment climate based on information that we use, but don't submit the information that we can use. And so I believe that our response rate on the balance of payment survey may be as low as 20%. Now, you never get perfection in these things. But I make the point to say that as we have sat as a cabinet subcommittee to look at the doing business, to have a first meeting to look at this doing business reform note, and are making the commitment to make the changes, as we have shared the reform note with the social partnership that remains really the strongest example of governance in the past 15, 16 months that I've seen in my lifetime, we are also asking for stronger collaboration in terms of getting the information that will allow us to develop policy that can only strengthen the prospects for growth of the private sector. We ask people to give information at the household level. We are also asking that companies, businesses, share the information that will allow us to know how we can strengthen what we do in terms of business, how we can make sure that businesses continue to grow, that even beyond the borders of this country, that companies are able to find markets in other places, that we're able to integrate more, that we're able to make sure that if I make a particular product at home on weekends to help send to school my children, that I can find a market in St. Lucia and St. Vincent and so on. But we need the information to be able to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it means that there are significant changes that need to be made, not just with respect to what is represented in this bill, in terms of how we treat people's information, but it means that we also have to realize that there's nothing worthwhile that can be done unless we invest in the gathering and analysis of information. Now, I would say that this is perhaps close to 20 years that I've been working in the area of data and research and information. Many of us who do policy work have to manage information and data. And for the longest time at the CARICOM level, we have been talking about investment in statistics. It's not a very sexy topic. But when we entered a program with the International Monetary Fund based on their endorsement of our BERT plan, one of their major asks, one of the bases on which we would be able to continue to be able to draw down those concessional resources and to remain within the program has to do with information. Every month, when the Joint Economic Group meets, we review data that has been submitted to the fund. And a big part of what one of the huge reforms that we had to undertake was to get our ministries and agencies and state-owned enterprises in a position to be able to report accurately. Because this is not just about being able to make policy, but being able to monitor data, sir, is also about accountability. And that is one of the major strengths, or one of the major advantages, I would say, of being put in a position, as we have been these last few months as part of the BERT plan, where you have to know what is going on. If you are called on to give information, that is one of the instruments of accountability. So that when I ask you, to whom was this contract awarded, how many contracts were considered, how much was spent in actual capital works as opposed to project management costs, or all the different euphemisms that people use to obscure the fact that they're really just using it as a blind to be able to pay people that they want to pay. The fact that you have to come and sit and explain to me what certain data says means that you're accountable for everything that you have been called on by the people of Barbados to be able to execute.
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
So information is not just about being able to increase our competitiveness, it's not just about being able to develop policy, but it is also fundamentally about holding ourselves and all other people who are responsible for managing and executing the taxpayer dollars of Barbadians, holding them accountable. And so we found that, in fact, that having to put in place mechanisms and systems by which, if you are a state-owned enterprise, you have 5 days after the start of the month by which you have to submit information to us. Having norms and rules and systems that govern the collection, the transmission, and the use of data improves your accountability. And so I end, Mr. Speaker, sir, by reiterating the fact that I commend this bill, I support it, not just in its own right, but as a platform for us to realize that there are all kinds of other information, including the information that is collected and managed by the Barbados Statistical Service, that calls for our attention, that calls for us to invest in the capacity for that organization to do what it needs to do to give all of the people who are responsible for policy making the wherewithal to be able to make good decisions. And so I say that this is a brilliant first step in the kinds of reforms that are needed to be able to improve and increase our performance in terms of doing business, to improve the investment climate, to improve our policy making, but really overall to increase the transparency and the accountability with which this government or any government functions. And with those few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support this bill. And of course, I would wish, sir, as I begin, to thank the Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology, who is really responsible for piloting this bill and pushing this bill through this Parliament, sir. I also would like to commend the Honourable Member for St. George South, who led the bill this morning and who did an excellent job and presented in here a first-class, well-researched, well-thought-out, and well-expressed manifestation and representation of what is actually in the bill, sir, and its implications. And so I Googled, last night I Googled this bill, just to get an idea of, I mean, I read the bill, of course, but I Googled it just to get an idea of what is being said out there. And one of the first things that came up, sir, was the, as I suppose it should, the ICT professionals page, sir. And their paragraph on this bill said, the government of Barbados is well aware of the risk of data privacy of its citizens and is about to enact the Data Protection Act. A primary objective is to ensure that the country is prepared to defend the population against data breaches. And I read other things, sir, but to me this captures the essence and the spirit of what we are seeking to do here. And it captures the essence and the spirit of this bill, sir. The idea that we are seeking to protect ordinary Barbadians. And this is a dangerous, I don't think people fully appreciate the dangers of the time in which we live. These are dangerous times. I'm not talking about people running around and shooting guns and so on. That is dangerous too. But I'm talking about the dangers of putting your information on the internet. The fact that we expose ourselves almost daily in our interactions in ways, sir, that have come home to haunt people physically, sir, financially, in all kinds of ways, sir. And I'm just saying that this is an important bill as we seek to shape who we are as a government and as a people, sir, but also as we seek to represent ordinary people in this country. And as the Honourable Member for St. James Central spoke, I had the thought, sir, that people, and he spoke of the international climate, some people may think that Barbados is too small to be impacted by these issues in the world, that these players who seek to steal your data and steal your information only want to be in the big players. And actually the reverse is true. It is because Barbados is so small that people feel that they can easily ease in and take your information, and that Barbados has no defense system and that you could come to this country and almost do as you will and get away with it. And that is why I feel like we need to protect it. Sir, you don't only see it in data, sir. You see that kind of thing with criminals, sir, sometimes thinking they can come and ease through Barbados and do things, sir, whether on land or in the ocean. All kind of things, and think they can get away with it and end up in other countries because Barbados is too small to defend itself. And Mr. Speaker, sir, you say it all the time. And I feel in this data bill, sir, we are seeking really to protect Barbados. And I would wish to say here that the Barbados ICT professionals support this bill. And that, sir, is an important fact, sir. It's an important endorsement, sir, of a bill, sir, that will only seek to protect Barbadians. And, you know, this bill was put out there for conversation a long time ago. This bill was being discussed in September last year. The government put it out so people could have conversations on it. So there's nothing being done in stealth. There's nothing being done in secret, Mr. Speaker, sir. This bill was put out there before. Of course, a draft, a version of a data protection bill was put out by the government. This government, well, the Barbados Party government in 2005, sir. But this particular one was put out there for public conversation and public discussion and public ventilation, sir. And I listened to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I always do. I have great respect for the Honourable Leader. And so as he spoke, sir, and in his comments in relation to the government, you know, putting things out there and having to take steps, sir, to redress some of the things, sir, and to take corrective actions, I listened to him and I understand the concerns, sir. But the process of governance is such, sir, that these are the things that you have to do. A mature government, a transparent government, a government that is comfortable and confident in itself, sir, is prepared to make those steps, sir, in the interest of good governance, sir. And it is not a case, therefore, where it would be fair to conclude that the government is vacillating on these important issues, sir. Well, what would be the point in vehemently engaging, sir, in something and defending it with all your might when you know you can make it better, sir, by making adjustments? It would be vainglorious to do anything other. To stick to your guns just because you fear somebody is going to say you're making corrective action, sir. I believe if there's one thing in this government of which I'm proud is the fact that when we put things out there for public ventilation, sir, we are prepared to make the corrective action, sir. And you've seen it in other bills, sir. It has nothing to do with rushing. It is about listening to your people, sir, and responding. And the truth is that as much as you put a bill or something out there for public conversation, it is only when the bill gets ready, when the time draws nigh, that people actually become fully engaged, and then you get more opinion, sir. You get more opinion just before that date. People in Barbados like to do things at the last minute. Now, so while I understand the comments by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, sir, I would like to give him the comfort that it is the government being a responsive, responsible government that he's actually bearing witness to, and nothing else. And therefore, sir, it is in that vein, sir, that I also wish to continue, sir, and to speak of the fact, sir, that I've heard the concerns. People are saying, you know, the government is moving fast. And, you know, there are two things to that. Truth is that there are a lot of things for us to do. There's a pace that we are keeping, sir, but the pace has nothing to do with whether we are doing things wrong. We are doing the right things, and we are doing them fast. But the truth is that in the last decade in this country, nothing happened. And people may say that as a political statement. Nothing positive happened. People may feel that as a political statement, sir, but the facts speak for themselves. And so, compared to the last 10 years, it seems as if we are moving fast. And because nothing has happened. But we are, sir, keeping a pace that we are comfortable keeping, sir, that we are competent to keep, sir, and to deliver to Barbadians in 10 years. Because if there's one thing that we know, is that 10 years can go by fairly quickly, but that if we do not do the things that we are supposed to do, 10 years may go by quickly, but the ramifications and the detrimental impacts of those 10 years, sir, could last for a long, long, long time, as we are now bearing witness to. And so we feel as if we must bring to this Parliament, sir, a number of things that we've brought, but that we go to work every day fueled by the idea that we are working, sir, on behalf of people. And that everything we do, sir, is in the interest of the people that we serve. And I also heard, sir, comment made about the fees associated with the penalties and the interest and so on in this bill, sir. Look, we are seeking to foster voluntary compliance. We are seeking to get people to do the right thing. But what is the cost, sir, of compromising you? What is the cost of compromising your data, your personal information? So you cannot really and truly seek to put a cost on that. During my nomination, sir, there were things that I saw bandied about me. None of it ain't true. People took my picture, put it on websites. The damage that is done sometimes by these things lasts for years. Sir, what really is the cost? What are you comparing it to? Sir, we are asking people to respect other people's privacy. Sir, I have in my constituency over 7,200 registered voters, so I suspect about 10,000 people, but I include everybody. I am thinking, sir, of each and every person in St. Michael South. and the value to them, sir, of their personal information. I am thinking of every single Barbadian in this country, sir. The people who come here to do business, there can be no cost, sir, considered too high for people who compromise other people's personal information, sir. And that is all we're seeking to do, sir, protect people's personal information. And at the same time, sir, and more importantly, I believe, that we are seeking to foster a sense of voluntary compliance. If we get the business people and all the people who have access to other people's information to do what they're supposed to do, penalties and interest only come in at the end if you have done something that you're not supposed to do. The same thing on the legislation with plastics. It's only where you do something that you're not supposed to do that we're having a conversation about the potential penalties, sir, and the potential interest. But this is about, in my mind, sir, this bill is about people and people's ownership of their own personal data. And if you own something, sir, you have rights. You have certain rights associated with the thing that you own, sir. And as a citizen, sir, you have rights. And you must ask yourself, how is my data protected? And in certain cases, sir, and in this act, and I was very happy to read it, sir, as it speaks to sensitive data. And that is on cases, sir, of religious belief, your sexual orientation, health, political views, sir. Certain things are considered sensitive and protected to a point. And that is what a mature piece of legislation, sir, should look like, sir, because you have certain rights. And one of the things, again, in this legislation that pleased me, sir, is that the employer, in many cases, requires now your consent to use your personal data. It's not like in the past where people could just pick up your information and pass it on willy-nilly, give your information to whoever because they feel like, sir, that is yours. And it has a right to be protected, sir. But what is personal data? It is defined as any information, sir, this is my pressy version, but it is defined as any information that relates to or that could identify or it's identifiable to a particular individual. And when you take different pieces of information and you collect them together, it can lead to identification of a particular person. So that is what we're talking about, sir. Protecting that whole set of information. So that if a man puts piece here and piece there, trying to, they don't want to come out and say clearly, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is whoever it is, but they put in enough information out there for people to say it got to be. It couldn't be you, sir, but it got to be somebody. You understand? So that's what they're seeking to do, but to protect people against that, sir. And one of the things in this bill, sir, is that we're doing it by the highest global standard. The Honourable Member for St. George South spoke in detail about the general data protection regulations, sir. So we're talking about the highest global standards. So that when Barbados sets for itself, sir, aspirations that are global, and people say Barbados can only aspire these things but do not achieve these things, they do not understand the fine things in the pieces of legislation that we are bringing to this bill, and to this country, and to this parliament. All that we are seeking to do, sir, puts Barbados in line with the highest global standard. But more importantly, I've always felt that Barbados had standards in many cases above the highest global standards. And so we are aspiring for Barbadian standards, sir, which would always be higher than the global standard. But in this case, sir, we are keeping faith with the highest global standards, sir. And that is why it is important. So how your information is processed, how it is disposed, how people store it, how it is structured, how it is adapted, how it is altered, referrals, yours still. And, sir, people therefore have to be careful, sir, that it is protected in a way, sir, that allows you to live your life, sir, and to have dignity. Because at the end of the day, sir, all of us are human beings. And everybody wants to be treated with dignity. And this because you are, sir, using information on the internet, and your information is out there, or because you've gone and given your information to a bank or to a doctor, so you still want to be treated with dignity. You don't want your information, sir, all over the place. And sir, there is also in the act, sir, as it relates to sensitive personal data. This is as it relates to racial or ethnic issues, political opinions, sir, your biometric data, personal sensitive data. So when you go through this act, It is so very carefully thought out. And it is, to my mind, one of the most forward-thinking pieces of legislation that we have brought here, sir. It really is. And it speaks to Barbados as Barbados goes into a new dimension, a new area of governance, a new area of government, a different kind of country, sir. Sir, if you continue to read the bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, it speaks to the principles of personal data, sir. And I won't go through them, sir, but they're very clearly laid out. And the truth is, the two that made me most pleased, sir, is that it says, sir, it has to be processed lawfully, fairly, and in a transparent manner in relation to the data subject. That is the person whose data you're talking about. It has to be processed lawfully, fairly, and in a transparent manner. And then secondly, and very importantly, sir, it says it has to be collected for a specified, explicit, and legitimate purpose, and not further processed in a manner incompatible with the original purpose. So you cannot take somebody's information for one purpose, and because it suits you, you know, take it and use it for another purpose, sir. This legislation in this matter, sir, is very, very clear. And that, to me, sir, is very, very, very important. And, sir, as I keep saying, this is about people, sir, and about fairness. It is about fairness, sir, and there's a responsibility, sir, on the data controller, the person who has access to your data, sir, to do the right thing. And it is very clearly laid out, sir, in section 5.3 about when it is not fair. And it says your personal data is deemed not to be treated fairly when the data is obtained from the data subject or the data controller. And they have to ensure as far as practicable that the data subject is provided, sir. That person whose information is being used has to be provided, sir, with the identity of the person, the controller, or his representative, the person who is controlling your information. One. Then they have to tell you the purpose, sir, or any other information related to you. It's laid out in the act, in the bill. It is laid out clearly, sir, in the bill. So it says to me, sir, that this government is seeking to put in place all that is necessary to protect its citizenry. And that if you have Barbadians, sir, whose information could potentially be compromised, we are saying to the people who could be the persons compromising it, if you try to do it, there are going to be consequences in this country, sir, because this government is looking out for the people of Barbados. That is what this is. That is what this is, sir. And in section 6.1, it says, and I like it, sir, it's very clear. It says, processing, that is the person's information, shall be lawful when the data subject, that is the person whose information is being discussed, has given consent to the processing of his personal data. If you don't give consent, then it is not lawful. And sir, this, to me, is the most vital component of this bill. But you know, I listen again to the opposition leader, sir, and I agree with a lot of what he said, because it is more than just putting it in legislation. It is about a system. And people have, sir, to trust the system. And if a man don't trust the system, it doesn't matter, sir, what legislations you put in place if people don't trust the system. And it is important for us as a government to do what we have to do, sir, but there are cultural things that we also have now to adapt. And sir, if a man really has issues with the system, it doesn't matter if you're writing with a feather and ink. It doesn't matter if you carving these things in stone, sir. It doesn't matter if you're writing these things with chalk on a, it doesn't matter. You have, sir, to review the system. And I sir, recall when I was in the public service, sir, when I worked in the social services ministry, in the early days, there used to be, and you would know, Mr. Speaker, sir, because you were a very senior man in the social services sector. But there used to be files in government that if a person, sir, is afflicted with something, different things, they had them color-coded. So that if you present with something, the officer dealing with your file ain't gonna read the details of your file, because the color of the file tells the officer well, so-and-so is afflicted or dealing with this, sir. So it doesn't matter what personal data protection you put in place, sir, if within the own service, sir, you're telling people everybody's information, sir, without actually telling them. And these are the things that we came to office to correct, sir. Sir, so beyond changing the legislation, we got to change the way we do things, right down to that personal level, sir, in the departments responsible, sir, primarily for dealing with poor people. And every time, sir, I get up to speak in this house, I remind myself, sir, that I came here to represent people. So even though this bill, people feel it has nothing to do with people, sir, it has everything to do with people. Everything to do with people, sir, and their protection, sir, and their rights and the responsibility of people who have access to people's information and the way that they treat it. And that is why I get up to defend them, sir. And that is why I support the Honourable Member for St. George South, and that is why I support the Honourable Minister of Innovation and Science and Smart Technology, sir, because we came, sir, to protect the interests of people. And I don't know about what happens in the polyclinics, but my constituents tell me that even now, that sometimes when you go to a polyclinic, and the Honourable Minister of Health might want to listen to this, you know, he listens to everything, but you know, my people tell me, I don't know how true, but that sometimes when you go to the polyclinic, depending on what you get, I don't know if it's the card, or what it look like, or the shape, they know that so-and-so came for this, and that so-and-so get referred to this room, and because you go into this room, I am just talking about the knowledge on the street, sir. I'm just saying that even though all methods might make sense, they have been in such practice for so long that people looking on, sir, can read them. They can read them, sir, almost as if it is written. So even as we change the data, there's some practices that we have to change, sir, to preserve the integrity of people and to preserve the dignity of people so that the doctors and the lawyers, sir, are doing their job to the best of their ability. They don't mean anything by it. But onlookers know the system so well, sir, that they could tell you what so-and-so come for or what so-and-so results are because so-and-so had to go in this room. I'm just saying, sir, we have to review the entire system. It doesn't make sense to just try to fix this thing at the top and not try to deal with all the various parts, sir. And so for me, it comes down really to trust. How do I trust my leaders? How do I trust the government? And there's always been a level of distrust between the people and those who've been appointed to govern them. I say oftentimes, sir, when I was just a regular citizen, before I had the honor to be chosen to represent the people of St. Michael South, I would say something on Facebook and everybody would bang and like it. Nobody would criticize me, you know. They like it, they agree. You should consider running for office. Everything. I could never have made a bad choice 2 years ago. I would go on Facebook or IJ would say, you know, I think so-and-so. That's a good idea. The moment, though, that you've been in office and you become part of the system, the same people who supported everything you say now watch every word you say with the greatest degree of cynicism. Because you have now become part of the system, and the system in their mind, sir, does not serve in their interests. So you're the same person, I'm the same person, I do the same things, but my word is now compromised because I have now become part of the system. And I'm just saying that to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there is a responsibility on us, this generation, in this chamber, at this time, to try to salvage and sanitize that relationship between the people and those who've been appointed to govern them, sir. Because everything we do now, sir, is subject to intense scrutiny, not least of all because the last administration did everything in their power, sir, to prove the people's cynicism right. They did everything in their power, sir, to show that no good deed goes unpunished, sir, when they were returned to office in 2013. And sir, we now have to spend our time, sir, trying to rebuild the relationship between the country and the government. You know, Barbados has had a different relationship, you know. Barbadians have always placed trust in their leadership. That is why when you see uprisings across the Caribbean and other places, you don't get it here. Because people have always placed trust in their leadership. And they say to themselves that whoever it is, regardless of the side, whoever is in the office, sir, is acting in my interest, generally. And that over the last few years, that relationship, sir, has become corrupted. The relationship has become corrupted. And I feel, sir, that we have a responsibility, sir, to rebuild the faith with Barbadian people, sir. Section 7.1, I'm going to close soon. Section 7.1, sir, speaks to conditions for consent. And it says, sir, that where you're processing somebody's information, the data controller, that person who has control over your information, shall demonstrate that the data subject, whoever gives it, has consented to processing his personal data. And you know, sir, when you go online, you may not always see it, and we don't ever read it, but they're so smart, they give you, sometimes you get to opt out. So most of the time, if you don't opt out, you already opt in. You agree. If you don't go and click, I opt out, you in. Or you get a very small box that comes up, sir, it blocks an important part, and it says, to continue reading this document, you must agree to this, and you click like, yes, I agree. And you don't even know what you signed away. You don't even know what you have signed away. And when you read the fine print, sir, you sign away all kinds of things. There's a popular app circulating now, this face app, that tells people how old they look. Apparently, when you sign on to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, you have given them the right to use all your photos forever, unless you opt out. So you go and you click yes, and you think that you're doing it. Sir, it is so dangerous on the internet. It is so dangerous on the internet. I see here a section, sir, that speaks to children, sir, and they need to be responsible and a public education program in this bill. This is a good bill, sir. It is a good bill, sir. But it speaks to children, sir, and what has to be done for them, sir, to protect them. And I feel that if the one feeling that we would have as a government, sir, if we were to allow our children, sir, to continue to roam the internet, sir, unchecked. Because we may think, sir, that our children are knowledgeable enough to use the internet, but the people using it, sir, are smarter. They sit down and devise ways to get through to your children. Again, this is not only about legislation, sir, this is also about cultural changes, sir, and working with our children, sir, to make sure that they are safe. I am not, sir, the least astute when it comes to dealing with the internet, but I remember, sir, and I will close on this, I remember when I was a student in Boston. On my way home, I had just finished my master's, sir. I was on my way home, 2 more days to go. I decided, I hadn't shopped at all. I didn't have much money, but I hadn't shopped, so I was going to save my little pickings and go shopping for the last 2 days before I come home. I signed up for PayPal, legitimately, the real PayPal. About 5 minutes later, PayPal sent me a notice, oh, we made an error, and you need to re-enter your information. Oh, I tell myself, it got to be PayPal. So I re-enter my information and go on shopping. I go on and I buy something that I know I had more money than the cost of the thing. To see my card was declined. So I pick up my other card I had just got, and that was declined too. And before Visa debits became a big thing in Barbados, sir, they were a big thing in the US. My Visa debit ain't had on much, but I know I could have paid $25. That get declined too. I don't know how all of my cards get declined. So embarrassed now, I had to leave this store. You know, it always looks to the person that you ain't got no money. So I left and, sir, I come home and I trying to figure out, but by the time I got home, I had an email, sir, from the American bank. We believe your card has been compromised, and therefore we have blocked every transaction. So I couldn't, 2 days before I come home, I'm going to saint now, I don't know what to do. The Barbadian cards I called home, there were 2. I called home, I said, well, clearly my bank has been compromised. And these people telling me about, yes, they have a transaction for me buying tires in Tokyo. I bought all of my money in tires. And then on top of that, sir, those banks gave me hell. Well, the American bank blocked it, put back on the money in one. The Barbadian banks gave me hell, sir, to get back what was mine. And then because I was on my last few days, I didn't have no money up in the people place, I had to beg to get back home, you understand. But when I came back, sir, trying to deal with these Barbadian banks was hell. My own information was compromised. The person was then able to go and pick all of my cards, use that, sir, to spend the bank's money. Then the bank was insisting, and my comparison in my mind then, sir, was that I had the American bank experience and the Barbadian bank experience at the same time. And I saw how the American bank moved with haste and said to me, you are an important customer. The Barbadian banks, however, didn't do the same thing, sir. I'm saying when we put these things in place, there has to be a responsibility, sir, on the people that we are dealing business with, that we trust, sir, to respect the integrity and the dignity of Barbadians, sir. Because those same Barbadian banks, sir, rely on all of us to do business. And it took me, I had to jump through hoops. It's only because I was persistent, I wasn't letting up, that I got back what was mine. But I asked myself, if it were an older person, or somebody not as persistent in the matter, or perhaps if I was not as broke as I was, because I was so broke, I had to get back what was mine, sir. And I kept fighting till I got it back. But I'm saying, even with all these things in place, sir, there are people out there who are smarter than us, and who are working, sir, whose only job is to take your identity, your information, sir, and to use it for all kinds of evils. And when these things are done, there has to be a recourse in the system so that people who are taken advantage of, sir, can get what is duly theirs. And I like that in this legislation, it speaks to those things, sir. Sir, with those few words, therefore, I wish to support this bill. I wish to again commend the Honourable Member for St. George South for what I thought was an excellent, well-researched presentation, sir. And again, as I take my seat, sir, I am pleased to be a member, sir, on this side that is doing what is necessary for Barbadians at this time. Thank you, sir. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the sitting be suspended until 4:25 p.m. That the sitting be postponed, I'm sorry, until 4:25.
The bill. For the consideration bill. The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 4:25 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 4:25 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Honourable City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to postpone.
No, withdraw.
You want me to withdraw first?
Papers.
We'll change the order then. All right. Mr. Speaker, I beg to withdraw the duties, taxes, and other payments exemption Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. Order 2019, which was laid in the House on the 23rd of July of 2019.
The committal government notices.
Honourable City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to postpone further consideration of the Data Protection Bill.
No. Government notices.
Honourable City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the Order of Freedom of Barbados Bill 2019.
First readings of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Order of Freedom of Barbados Bill 2019.
Seconded.
Questions, the aforementioned bill be read here first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
So, revert to government business. Postpone consideration.
Honourable City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to postpone further consideration of the Data Protection Bill.
Seconded.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be postponed. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The aforementioned bill is thereby postponed.
Order number 9, sir. In the name of the Honourable Prime Minister, to move the second reading of the Order of Freedom of Barbados Bill 2019.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, it gives me great pride to be able to ask this honourable chamber to do the second reading of the bill that is before us, entitled the Order of Freedom of Barbados Bill. And it is an act, when passed, that will equate at the level as to the highest honor under national heroes. National heroes are not honors that are bestowed on an annual basis or even on a periodic basis that is regular, but that this honor will equate to the current highest honor within the context of the Order of Barbados that were issued by letters patent originally in the 1980s and amended thereafter on numerous occasions. In that bill, in that act, the highest honor is the Knight of, or Dame of St. Andrew. And I don't intend to spend a long time on this matter. I think all who know me well know my perspective on how we must claim all that is Barbadian and of Barbados. And this particular bill is unique in that the Order of Barbados is issued under letters patent by Her Majesty the Queen. But this particular bill will anchor in this chamber the authority for the law that will now make it possible for this award to be granted and conferred to the appropriate recipients. It mirrors the mechanisms that we have insofar as Her Excellency, the Governor General, is by Clause 4 of the bill, the Chancellor of the Order. And there will be a Secretary who will facilitate the work of Her Excellency. And Her Excellency, pursuant to Clause 8, may by instrument under the seal of the Order confer the Order of Freedom of Barbados upon a person who is so eligible. That power of Her Excellency will be exercised on the advice of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the persons who are eligible to be considered are set out at Clause 7 of the bill and refers specifically to a person who was born in Barbados, is a citizen of Barbados, or is entitled to be registered as a citizen of Barbados, and who has distinguished themselves by extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, or to humanity at large with respect to their contribution. In addition, the bill also provides, Mr. Speaker, for the honorary conferment of an order. In other words, the honorary order of the Freedom of Barbados. And the honorary conferment is reserved for persons who are not citizens of Barbados, but who have distinguished themselves generally in their service either to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, or humanity at large, or who may be a head of state or head of government of another country. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have come today, therefore, to take responsibility for conferring an order that we believe reflects the image of who we are and what we stand for. The conferment of the order will allow the person to be referred thereinafter as the most honourable, and will carry with it the entitlement to wear a decoration with the prescribed insignia of the Order of the Freedom of Barbados, and will also allow the person to use the letters FB after their name on all occasions when the use of letters after a name is customary. A person can choose either to be conferred with the Order of the Freedom of Barbados or the traditional Knight or Dame of St. Andrew. And I say so because there are a lot of people who I know in a post-independence Barbados who have given yeoman service, but who would not know how to want to accept the conferments that have titles that they believe relate to a different image of the country and of themselves that they would want to associate with. And a country has to be mature enough to accept its own and to be able to create the opportunities for persons to be so appropriately recognized, and particularly, I think, within the cultural domain where people have articulated a certain perspective for the better part of their careers and would just simply not know how to be Sir or Dame. But that does not mean that they have contributed any less to the affairs of this country. And therefore, our government, sir, is asking this honourable chamber to allow us to come of age. To come of age with respect to the honours which we want to confer to recognize that the time has come for us to be able to do so fully with the authority of this chamber, which is representative of the people of this nation, by the direct exercise of the franchise, and to do so in a manner that is consistent with our perception of how our society ought to function. And I therefore, sir, have great honor in therefore asking that this bill be read a second time. I want simply to say as well that the notion of countries conferring upon other heads of government or heads of state national honors is well known to the international community. Indeed, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, I believe, received the Order of Jose Marti from the government of Cuba when he visited there, and I refer to the former member, Right Honourable Member for St. Peter. So that we believe that we must have the ability to so confer on others who have been invaluable in battles that we are fighting, or who have made a significant contribution to some aspect of our diaspora or to our own regional and national reality, and that it allows us to be able to play our role as a sovereign state appropriately in being able to say thank you in a way that accords with how other sovereign states behave. Indeed, sir, we begin to understand that we haven't always done things as others have done, and nothing is wrong with that. This year was the first time, for example, that our Parliament was addressed in a joint sitting by a foreign head of state. And the President of Ghana distinguished us with his presence and his address to us. And some may argue that it was highly appropriate, given that the majority of our population in some way or another can trace their origins back to that country. Indeed, when he first came off the plane, His Excellency remarked to me as we left the tarmac that he wasn't sure if he wasn't in Accra still, because as he inspected the Guard of Honor, he felt so much as if he was looking at Ghanaians that he had to pinch himself to let himself know that he was no longer in the country of his birth and the country for which he was president. And I think for all of us who engaged with him and engaged and understood the depth of the potential that is there for cementing a relationship that hitherto did not exist in this meaningful way, it was an emotional experience. Now, I say these things to say that a country must have within, therefore, its capacity, the ability to confer high titles to persons who have added value to the affairs of the nation and the affairs of the people of the nation. The reason why this is coming down, Mr. Speaker, like with all other national honors, we've made it a habit in this country to be able to make these honors available to the public to nominate. And I can say that for the most part, almost all of the nominations that are done in recent years in this country, there's a large part of it that comes from ordinary people sending in names, and the National Honors Committee deliberates and makes the recommendations. But in addition, we want to ensure that the insignia that will go with this honor will also be the subject of a public competition. The Knight and Dame of St. Andrews insignia is something that we came and found. Indeed, I discovered, regrettably, that we don't have insignia for the national hero of Barbados, which is an oversight that has now urgently to be amended, because we have, in addition, our lone living national hero whose birthday was celebrated on Sunday, and long may he continue to celebrate in the style, for I can think of Every time I see Sir Gary, I know that our nation was justified in naming him as a national hero, for he exemplifies all of the best values that we would want to have with respect to the pursuit of excellence, but also with the nature of being a good man. But there's no such insignia. And therefore, I've asked the Cabinet Secretary to ensure that she advertises for the competition for persons, for the insignia, for the freedom of Barbados, that we also advertise for the insignia for the Order of Barbados. Sorry, for the National Hero of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, there's only one, and this is not to anticipate legislation which will come, but I would have announced to the country only recently that we will have Pride of Barbados awards issued at the parish level next year for the gathering, because we believe that we have a duty to salute the contributions of Barbadians wherever they're found. And when you really think about it, there are Barbadians here, and they're probably twice our population living as first and second generation Barbadians overseas, who have added tremendous value to the quality of our life. And I believe that it is only appropriate that we allow their compatriots, whoever they are, to pay homage to them and to be able to decide that these are the people of St. Lucie that we believe should benefit from the Pride of Barbados St. Lucie Award. Or these are the people of St. Joseph that should benefit from the Pride of Barbados St. Joseph Award. Or the people of Christchurch, the Pride of Barbados Christchurch Award, or Pride of Barbados St. Michael Award. And that we will have those who can benefit with respect to their contributions on island, and those who are of the parish who have made contributions either back to the parish or to groups of people that have been significant where they may have chosen to relocate to. And separate legislation will come to govern that. It will go beyond 2020, and we will ensure that on National Heroes Day every year, our parishes will salute the citizens of distinction, because that is what makes a nation. Small groups of people working, individuals working together in pursuit of their family, their community, their parish, and ultimately their nation. And we believe we must recognize it where it happens. So I look forward to the receipt of that legislation, which would become a companion piece to this. But because of the need for us to move to put the insignia out to public competition and for persons to do the awards, we have brought this bill here to allow members of the chamber in order to be able to debate it such that we can put on a solid platform our own imprimatur on a totally homegrown Barbadian honor, owned and established by the Parliament of this country, and reflecting the essence of who we are as a people within the context of a free Barbados. Hence, the name of the order, Freedom of Barbados. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry? We just moved it. We read a second time, Mr. Speaker. I had said that before.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, there's something about turning 50. So I'm made to understand. That makes you look back at what you have done and look forward to what you hope to do. It is a coming of age. I believe 50 is the golden anniversary. So it is what people aim at. In cricket, we're just talking about our only national hero, Sir Gary Sobers. In cricket, a batsman starts to bat, and he aims for the first 50. We recognize it as a half century. In the old days, they used to take fresh guard at 50, and then they set the targets on 100. The point, sir, is a good time for us to stop and measure what we have done as a country. It is instructive, sir, that the largest mandate ever given to a government of Barbados was given shortly following the 50th anniversary of our independence. It's like if Barbados woke up and said, okay, we know where we are. We are not happy where we are. We know where we want to be. And let us put the people in who can take us there. I welcome the initiatives of our government, that we've taken a position, a stated position, that it is not business as usual. We will do what needs to be done to take Barbados where it needs to be. For our history, sir, we have recognized as our highest national honor the attainment of a knighthood. Everybody wants to be a sir. Maybe not the honorable member for St. Michael East, maybe not him, but most Barbadians, sir, wish to be a sir. Sir Trevor Prescott actually sounds pretty good. But I know, sir, that if that was ever offered to him, he would balk at it. The point, Mr. Speaker, we need to be able to set our own criteria. We need to be able to decide within ourselves on who we convey the honor of highest esteem. While, as it stands now, sir, that pinnacle honor is conferred by the Queen. We are an independent country. The Queen is still our head of state. The Governor General is the Queen's representative. It does not sit well with everyone that we still have to get the assent of a foreign power for the conferment of our national honor or any signal honor in our country. Sir, we've let go of the Privy Council. We've cut those ties because we as a country know that the only way to properly secure our independence and to secure our development as a country is to be able to fully control our own destiny. So it makes no sense for us as a people, and as a lawyer, I took this position. It makes no sense for us to have as our highest court of appeal the Privy Council. That if we have a case dealt with in Barbados and we are not satisfied, we appeal to the Court of Appeal in Barbados. And if we are not satisfied, we now turn from looking at people like us to looking at people out of our past to let them pronounce finally on what the correct answer is. I was perhaps the happiest person in the entire Caribbean when we did away with the Privy Council and accepted the CCJ as the highest court in Barbados. It is time for us to control every aspect of what makes us us. Mr. Speaker, the order or the freedom of Barbados is a truly indigenous order. It is one that has our name in it, the freedom of Barbados. It speaks to what we hold dear, what we cherish, what we value above all else. We value our freedom. We value the things that make us as a people free. We value the things that we fought for to establish our national identity. And it is imperative that we take that final step to accord a national indigenous honor as our highest honor that is controlled entirely by us. It is a conferment by us on who we see fit and who we wish to designate as that person or persons to be held in highest esteem in Barbados. We should be able to choose our own heroes. We have designated national heroes, sir, and our national heroes will always rank above everybody. These are the people that we say reach the pinnacle, the ideal of what we represent as a country. These are the people who have contributed to our national identity. These are who we point to our children. Barbados was built on the backs of these people. You want a standard to look at? You want an ideal to behold? Look to those people that we put on the walls of the Treasury building in Hero Square as our national heroes. Look to the ones about our history books that we acknowledge have done yeoman service and have contributed and have helped to shape, to chisel what Barbados represents upon the tablet of history. Why carvings and stonework is held so valuable? Why in every culture the monuments to the identity of a people are chiseled in granite or chiseled in stone is because it takes time to create a masterpiece. And once you have achieved excellence, it should be there to stand the test of time. And stone and granite were the most enduring of those. In the same vein, sir, we have chiseled away at who we are. We've come a long way from the plantation days. We've come a long way from slavery. Sir, to be honest, we have come a long way since May 24th, 2018. It is time for us to continue to take the steps that are necessary and important and almost inherent in our developmental path. Sir, just by way of digressing slightly, just to prove a point. For years, I used to drive up the Stadium Road in Waterford, sir. And if it wasn't bad enough for me to pass the stadium going towards Waterford Bottom and look right at that, what's the school called? I think it's Commerce, sir.
Be careful, honorable members, just be careful.
Sir, I used to drive on that road, sir, and look right with distress, and then look left with even more distress. When I found out, sir, that what is pristine land in Barbados, that I always thought to myself, because the NCC had done some planting along the roadside, and if you go in the NCC to buy plants, you can actually look out at the potential for what is there. And I thought to myself, this would make a fantastic picnic area. And I said it for years to myself. I then found out, sir, that some misguided person was attempting to turn that area, which is a natural area for beautification, into a solar park. Sir, I'm the Minister of Energy. I love solar panels. I love windmills even more, but time and place being important. That was not the place for that. When the Prime Minister announced that she wanted in quick time to develop the National Botanical Gardens and turn it into a place of recreation, of culture, of relaxation, of peace, of tranquility, transform that whole area, that the people from the surrounding areas can use it, that all of Barbados sees that as a central place to come and just let the way off, to come and picnic with your family. Culture and entertainment needed a home, sir. We needed a place for big venues. The stadium had outlived its purpose for that. Every time we have a big show at Kensington Oval, it causes some damage to the cricket field. Right? It was not the ideal place, but it's what we had. We have now used a place that is natural for that. So I wish to commend and congratulate two of my very, very good friends, sir. And I will call them, in this instance, heroes. I will use their designation, sir, as opposed to their constituency reference. The Honourable Minister of Culture and the Honourable Minister for the Environment. The Prime Minister had her vision. The Prime Minister said what she wanted. The Prime Minister said what she wanted to see. But sir, nobody 6 weeks ago looking at that area would have believed that it was what we saw and went to for Soca Royale on Sunday. Soca Monarch. Sir, to be honest, I met with my good friend, the Honourable Member for well, the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, sir, on site a while ago. And when he was telling me that these were his plans, we're going to plant it here, we're going to grade this place, we're going to run a road through here, I actually thought he had taken leave. But I heard him, I wanted to drink the Kool-Aid, but I realized it was not that thirsty. It was set. The date was set that the first show that was going to be there was the Soca Monarch. The date was fixed and set the 28th of July. So I passed through there every time I went on that road, which was at least every other day. I cut through, drove through, looked. As the days progressed, I became entirely more despondent, and I thought, oh, wow, this is a serious undertaking. But then, sir, the people at the NCC, those good men and women at the NCC, and I believe the Ministry of Transport and Work, and the Ministry of Culture, performed a miracle in that spot. Even with the rains, the torrential rains that fell on Sunday, the fact that that event was able to come off in that venue in relative comfort, sir, says that that is the perfect place for that. So I just wish, people always like to criticize, people always like to condemn, and quite often we don't express enough gratitude when our own do well. So for those of our own who managed to convert that area and pull off what was perhaps one of the most amazing Soca Monarch competitions, I wish to give my unqualified congratulations. Sir, I bring it back around. There's a place for everything. The Prime Minister will be remembered for many things when she comes to the end of her career as a politician. She'll very likely be recognized as perhaps the greatest Prime Minister Barbados has ever had. She'll be recognized for what she's managed to do so far with the economy of Barbados in turning us around from the horrible failings of the last 10 years. She'll be recognized and remembered for being the first female Prime Minister of Barbados. And sir, in that area, for anybody, the generations to come and the families that picnic and the concert goers and those who enjoy culture in that space and those who just come to lie down in the grass and enjoy nature's beauty, the Prime Minister will always be remembered as being the person who took that from concept and who, along with her ministers, converted it into reality of perhaps the most beautiful picnic spot in Barbados. So, Prime Minister, sorry, through you, sir, if you see the Prime Minister, can you please tell her she has my unqualified congratulations and appreciation for that as well. I end as I started by saying we have to hold to what is important to us. That is but a symbol of us using Barbados, using what we have and recognizing what we have and building it to what it could be and placing it where it is or where it should be in our estimation. In the same way with this national honor, the Order of the Freedom of Barbados, let us recognize who we have, let us recognize who we want to honor, let us recognize why we want to honor them, and let us give them a choice. Let us give them a choice if they want to be served or if they want to accept an honor that is on par with that the Queen bestows, but is our own, our own, our own. Sir, I totally and completely support the establishment of the new order, the Order of the Freedom of Barbados, and I wait with interest to see who will be the first recipient. Sorry, thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that there's anybody in the chamber who would be wanting not to associate himself or herself positively with this bill. I don't know that there's anybody on the other side who would dare to do anything but positively identify with this, this bill before us. So the opposition on this side, those of us on this side support the bill. Those of us on this side support the bill. I'm not on my feet to challenge the contents of the short bill we have before. I do lament, however, the manner in which it is brought to us. I sincerely do lament that. It is almost as though we are dealing with an intrusion onto the everyday and mundane business of Parliament, rather than treating to something of serious substance and of significance. That's just my feeling. That does not take away from the merits of the bill, and is not offered as a criticism of the bill itself. I'm all for celebrating anything and supporting anything that celebrates Barbadians. I'm all for giving honor to whom honor is due. I'm all for supporting anything that honors those who have honored us with their service. But just one or two points for your consideration, Mr. Speaker. It still seems to me that we are a bit ambivalent about what to do about our constitutional DNA. Now, by that I mean, we have treated to the matter of the Privy Council, and the last honourable member spoke to that. So we all know what we're talking about. We fully subscribe to the CCJ. We have done that. We're now introducing a bill here that will attach an indigenous quality and character to the honors that we confer at the highest level in Barbados on Barbadians at home and abroad who have served this country well, and of people generally who have served humanity in ways that we value highly in keeping with Barbadian traditions and aspirations. But we seem a bit ambivalent and have not come to the place where we have determined to deal with the matter of our constitutional political status vis-a-vis republicanism. We balk perhaps at the thought of taking that step. And this step we take today is a significant one. When we broke the arrangements vis-a-vis the CCJ, the Privy Council, and subscribed to the CCJ, we took another significant step. Barbadians must be brought face to face with a discussion on the political status, the constitutional status to which we aspire, and the one we consider to be most ideal. And it is this government that must, and I hope will, lead us in that direction. And a 30-0 result at the last poll gives to this administration a tremendous mandate to at least put the issue to the people of Barbados. To put the issue to the people of Barbados and to bring it to this Parliament. You were given the numbers by the people. You have the mandate, the legal authority, the capacity in Parliament to address constitutional reform and change in significant ways. And we've seen some constitutional amendments thus far, but there are others that must be addressed and decisions taken. And this government must not lack the fortitude so to do.
Found about 20 different ways to ask me to stand and to use the day, and I shall not disappoint. This government has been very, very clear as to the importance of the constitutional status of this country. But this government is equally very clear that you do not do things until you can afford to do them. And the government of Barbados has first and foremost the responsibility of stabilizing the country, because a change in our constitutional status, should it be the will of the people, will involve significant sums of money, starting with the Royal Barbados Police Force, that will no longer be royal in that way. Her Majesty's Prison, there's a whole host of insignia, emblems, uniforms, stationery, etc. So that, let us be clear that our first responsibility to the patient is for the patient to live. Our first responsibility for the country is for the country to recover. And once we do so, then we will be in a position to do that which perhaps more than any other member in this chamber I have been associated with. Indeed, I would have been the one who brought the legislation to delink from Her Majesty's Privy Council. I would have been chairman of the preparatory committee for the establishment of the Caribbean Court of Justice. I would have, as Attorney General, left a draft Republic of Barbados Constitution bill in the Attorney General's chambers, which probably needs updating because it is over 16, 17 years old now. And I would have also been responsible for the referendum bill that would have committed us to going to, in those days, to a referendum in circumstances in which clearly the honourable member, who was one of the 30 who won a seat at the last election, is now telling me that the mandate was so overwhelming. I'm glad that he remembered that the mandate was so overwhelming that we ought to proceed apace. Now, there's nobody who has to tell us that, and we want to do that. But we are not going to force it on the country until we can afford it. Because the first thing that this government has to be, especially after 10 years of wild abandon and fiscal recklessness, is that we need to be responsible first to the people of Barbados for the decisions that we make and to be able to afford them. Secondly, we will maintain our philosophical position, and this bill is in that context, therefore, a commitment to that philosophical position, because who we see in the mirror, we must recognize, but above all else, we must love. I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for forcing this point of elucidation out of me.
The Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, endeavours to make a debate out of this. And I am rather appreciative of the speech which you allowed her to make.
As I have the honor and the right to do, I am so endowed with that authority, and I am using my authority to so do, sir. Just to let the record reflect that.
And I understand that totally. And I understand that totally, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate your authority. I also appreciate the contribution made by the Honourable Prime Minister, both the first and the second contribution. I in fact always listen with rather keen interest to what she says. And I noticed one of the things she did say to us is not only did the administration receive an overwhelming mandate of 30-0 result at the last poll to have the authority to go ahead and do this, but she established the fact, the Honourable Member did, that she has a record. She has been this way before. She has led in these matters before. She has done this, she has done that. She listed about 4 things. And all I'm simply suggesting, you've done it before, lead now in doing it again. And let us cut the navel strings, if that is what it is. And the country must be brought face to face with the issue, And it's not something you can do tomorrow because you're a bit hamstrung by a fellow called Bert. But it's something that you can work towards in due and convenient course. And all I'm saying is let's start the process of discussing this in a serious way and see where the country wants to go with this, Mr. Speaker. So we have signaled an intention to further identify. We've signaled the intention to further identify the embodiment of those who will best represent what we consider it is to be truly and ideally Barbadian. And we have decided that we will accord this designation to them. Have absolutely no problem with that. All I'm simply saying is that this is but a step in the journey which remains incomplete.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to associate myself with the bill which is before the House and to lend my own voice of congratulation to the Honourable Prime Minister for this very, very significant initiative. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take great pleasure at being able to be here in this chamber at this time because Barbados today, sir, is taking a step that every government since we were independent was a little bit too timorous and uncertain of itself to take. The fact of the matter is, sir, that I do not share one part of the very good speech made by my friend, the member for Christchurch East. There's only one area or aspect of that speech that I do not agree with, and that is when he suggests that all would want to be given the designation knight. Sir, well, once you are knight, you become sir. The fact of the matter is, sir, that we have entertained in this country, in a very euphemistic and almost British way, a dance around a fundamental philosophical precept called the knighthood. We have a national honor called a Knight of St. Andrew, but the truth of the matter is, sir, that a knighthood in the context of Barbados means nothing because knights never jousted here as they did in England. There was no court with a round table as King Arthur's court is told of the folklore of the United Kingdom. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we have borrowed, aped, and imitated as a set of colonial people, imitating a post-colonial master, or pre-colonial or colonial master in post-colonial time, and the arrangements made, we have satisfied ourselves, could be decently made by way of using the term Knight of St. Andrew and giving it a Barbadian designation. That is not in any way to detract from the obvious and clearly distinguished contribution made by several Knights of St. Andrew. It is the country's highest national award. It is something that is sought after, correctly so, by many people. And it is an award that has been given to some of the finest that this country has produced, men and women alike. But let us understand philosophically what is at the core of this thing that we call a knighthood. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if the truth is to be told, the philosophical significance of what we're doing today is we're saying to people in this country that you do not now have to be pigeonholed into that which is really a neo-colonialistic concept. A form of understanding of self that was born and bred in the United Kingdom, but rather that you can, sir, have an emancipation from the psychological subserviency that makes you want or have to be called that which never existed in Barbados during this country's history. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are also those with a school of thought and I confess openly that I am one among them, who understand that the knighthoods given by the imperial palace were not always knighthoods for things that this country and the people of this country would want to be associated with. So then in that regard, it is a part of psychological emancipation, if you will. And that we have a government led by a prime minister who is bold enough to take us there when big men quaked and trembled in their shoes and were not prepared to take this country on this journey, which is a vital part of our national consciousness. And I'm going to speak to that too, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because when the British tell you that they knighted Sir Francis Drake, they knighted a slave owner. They knighted a privateer who essentially would have been a man paid by the British Crown to be effectively a pirate. When the British knighted, Mr. Speaker, Sir John Hawkins, they also knighted a slave owner in similar circumstances. And there are several others. History is replete with them. So that the ideal to which we have been taught to aspire about being a knight, yes, even within the designation of as I said, euphemism, the reconstruction of the concept so that you become a Knight of St. Andrew in the Barbadian context. Sir, it finds its genesis in a form of thinking which really and truly is not born and bred in the minds and the values and the culture and the aspiration and the consciousness of the average man in this country, insofar as what his values are and what our values as a people historically have been. Again, I say, for the colonialists and the monarchists out there, and there are still many, that it is not intended in any way, when I say these things, to detract from the obvious value of the contribution made by some of the great stalwarts that this country has produced, who have been knighted. But there are those in this country who today can now feel comfortable about achieving this country's highest honor, or from today will now feel comfortable about achieving this country's highest honor by virtue of the fact that they will not be entitled by the British Palace. That permission need not be sought by Her Majesty, from Her Majesty the Queen, in order to recognize what they do about here. And sir, we are not alone in this thinking. And it is a useful thing to point out that Jamaica, in their honor, their highest national honor, where they would have the most honorable as the designation, which I believe is also the designation that will be used with this Order of the Freedom of Barbados, they have been at this stage a long time ago. So in a sense, sir, it is really going back to the point that the Leader of the Opposition made, although I think he tried to make it in a political way, and that was unhelpful to the cause. But it goes back to the larger point that he was driving at, which is the psycho-social consciousness of our people, and the need for our people to be able to accept and to understand that within ourselves and from within our bosoms and our bellies, we can toss up that which is purely representative of Barbados, not borrowed in any way, shape, form, or fashion from a former colonial and imperial master, not in any way reminiscent of anything that is neo-colonialistic, not in any way suggested of something that is psychologically inferior or condescending to something that is psychologically superior, but rather, sir, something that born and bred here in this country. Now, so why is that important for this party? And that is the point that I think has to be made in this discussion. It is important for this party and it is important for this government because this Prime Minister, when she was Leader of the Opposition, shaped and crafted a manifesto which carried with it a number of pillars. Now, lest he forget, the Leader of the Opposition must be reminded that pillar number 1 of our manifesto, I say or to include him still, sir, because psychologically, I'm talking about psychosocial aspects of politics, psychologically, and really in a sense of socially, he is still part of us. Better society, the building of a better society was the first pillar of that manifesto. The second pillar was the financing of a national transformation. The third was making government work for everybody. The fourth, Mr. Speaker, sir, was the fixing of broken infrastructure in this country. The fifth one was the preservation of our country's environment and protection of that environment. The sixth was the need for us to engage the world. And the seventh is the relevant one for this debate, sir, the creation of a new national consciousness. And those of us who were present at Spring Garden a couple weekends ago, when we renamed that highway after the mighty Griner, one of the most famous of this country's Calypsonians, would have heard the Prime Minister speak to this issue of a new national consciousness. And I submit to you, sir, that this evening, this party and this government is taking Barbados on a journey towards this new national consciousness being reawakened. Now, it has to be, sir, that if you're going to have a new national consciousness, there must be a very clear and unreserved understanding of who we are as a people and who we need to be. And we got to settle that among ourselves. And we have to ask ourselves difficult questions. And that is why successive governments, since independence, have not gone where we are going this evening. Because perhaps they didn't have the mandate that we now have. But the truth is, I think that they lacked testicular fortitude to go this road, to ask yourself, if you have a national honor, and your highest national honor to boot, then should that national honor be something that the palace gives you a blessing for? I think most people in Barbados will say, but what it got to do with the palace that we honor in our own? The question would be asked, if you have a national honor, your highest national honor, is it not something that, sir, should not be reminiscent in any way to the neo-colonial legacy that we have inherited as a country? But should it not instead be something that signifies our ability to cut that umbilical cord and free ourselves completely from that linkage? Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe the answer to that would also be yes. And then the question would have to be asked, sir, about Barbadians as a whole. And the manifesto in the discussion about a new national consciousness asks the question about our values as a people. And we make the point in that manifesto, sir, that we want to be a party that motivates people towards personal and national excellence. Our young people, those who are at school from September this year, those who are now on summer vacation, sir, they need to know, that generation of tomorrow's Barbadians need to be comfortable in the thought that the motivation to national excellence and achieving the very best that this country can offer you by way of an award or recognition, sir, is not something upon which we are in any way reliant or in any way dependent for acquiescence from somebody else. And that is really the substantive point made by the member for Christchurch East when he spoke, that it is a process of emancipation of ourselves. Because even though it is the order of St. Michael, St. Andrew, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the Queen order. And yes, it means that we must now be prepared to go where the Prime Minister has indicated she's still minded to go. And where the Leader of the Opposition has confirmed he will also want to go. And so therefore there should be a happy time when we can join hands and have the referendum discussion at the appropriate juncture. Because the Leader of the Opposition has indicated that he shares the view that there should be that psychological step taken and that delinking from the United Kingdom. And having put that into the record of this House, sir, he would not, being the honourable man that he is, go outside of the House and create a different impression in the minds of the people. Notwithstanding that one of his senators have said that he would like to see Barbados removed from the Caribbean Court of Justice. I believe that that gentleman, sir, misspoke and perhaps allowed words to flow before thought processes were engaged. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is what it is, and the leader of the opposition has robustly committed himself to associating himself with the precepts that we want to see in this country. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, our manifesto speaks to anchoring people, our people, in an understanding, sir, of themselves. And again, if we're going to seriously do that, then you got to walk the walk. You can't just talk the talk. And this order, sir, the freedom of Barbados, is only about us. It is an understanding about Barbadian excellence. It is a declaration of a willingness by government in the highest form possible to demonstrate commitment towards recognizing Barbadian excellence. And yes, we give people a choice, because we accept that there's still some among us who will feel awkward or hard done by or in some way put out by not being able to be knighted by Her Majesty or by the Governor General. And increasingly, as generations go by, there are fewer and fewer of people who are of that mindset. And that perhaps is the happy thing, the happy point to make, that as this country matures, there are fewer and fewer people who feel that they, if you're a good lawyer, need to be made one of Her Majesty's counsel, but rather would be quite happy to be recognized by some sort of appellation that recognizes the quality of that which you do by your own people, as the Trinidadians have long done, just by simply calling you a senior counsel. Not to take anything away from illustrious Queen's Counsel. 3 of them are immediately within my line of vision. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, it is part of the cultural maturity and the psychosocial maturity that must take place in this society. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the last point that I want to make is on the issue of values. This honor is able to be exercised by the government of Barbados in recognition of excellence by persons who are not within the confines of our shores. Mr. Speaker, sir, any independent state should have as of right, as part of its plethora of powers, the opportunity, sir, to recognize those people, whether they're inside or outside of the country, who it deems to be best exemplify or best exemplifying the values of that state. Right now, the government of Barbados cannot say to the palace that we want to recognize anybody, anywhere in the world, who has been outstanding in promoting values that are critical to this society, outside of the people who live or within the confines of this country. And what we're saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that this piece of this order within this piece of legislation is now going to empower the government to make those kinds of statements. The leader of this country is right when she says that Cuba awarded a former Prime Minister the Order of Jose Marti. In doing so, sir, Cuba makes a statement about the values that they perceive that leader to have been able to demonstrate. In building relationships across states, we must also be able to build relationships based on values. We must be able to build relationships based on those things that Barbados holds dear. We must be able and willing to stand up to the world and say to the world as one that we are prepared to stand in the breach for certain things that are significant to the government and peoples of Barbados. And we know that throughout time there have been those things. There's no party that has held government in Barbados that has not, well, let me not say that. I was going to use education as an example, but the last 10 years came to mind, and I perhaps ought not to do that. But Mr. Speaker, sir, you understand where I'm going. There are some fundamental things, values that we hold, that we have combated against the whole world about. Access to good quality health care, access to education. Mr. Speaker, sir, the right to make sure that people can be free and not live in enslaved conditions. Values, sir, about the way in which we raise our children. That you don't want a militaristic type of society, but rather use those resources you have not on armaments of military type, Mr. Speaker, sir, but on the development of humanity. These are things which, if you go to the United Nations and you see what our leaders and our foreign ministers have been saying every year since we were independent, there's always been a consistent thread, a golden thread of values, human development-oriented values running through the contributions from Barbados. Those are the things that we want to preserve and to promote. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, sir, that via this particular aspect of the order, where we can identify people who are of like mind to us, and who walk hand in hand with us, we can then say to them, it ain't just about coming and paying a visit to Barbados, or Barbadians going and paying a visit to you. It isn't just about a lot of long talk, but we can tangibly now recognize that at the highest level of award, this country stands shoulder to shoulder with you in the breach on whatever issue it might be. And Lord knows that there are several issues of that nature where, quite frankly, we're going to need to stand with people, especially given what is happening in the northern part of the Atlantic Ocean these days. Because what is taking place in the northern part of the Atlantic Ocean these days, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a reawakening of some of the old ills and some of the buried evils that have laid simmering under the surface, but are now showing their face, their ugly face again, to the detriment of the working classes, to the detriment of the darker races, to the detriment of the poor peoples, Mr. Speaker, sir. And a country like Barbados, which has come so far against so many odds, must be continually willing to raise its voice in this matter. So I am immensely pleased and proud to be part of an administration which has had the courage to go where none other in this country has gone before. As the leader of this party had said to us during election time, give her the X and watch her. And as we watch her, sir, we have to always come away saying she is better and better and better than we thought she could be. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Okay. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to intervene in this debate and give my full and absolute support to what this Parliament is doing here in creating a new national honour, the Order of Freedom of Barbados. I give absolute credit to the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for St. Michael North East, who has led and brought this to the Cabinet and to the Parliament of Barbados. This honour, as we've heard, will now be the highest honour conferred by Barbados, below national heroes, of course, of which we have 10 sitting at the pinnacle of excellence of this country. It can be given to someone born in Barbados, a Barbadian citizen, someone who is entitled to be registered as a citizen of Barbados. And that too, sir, is important, because it means, therefore, that someone who is born in the diaspora, another CARICOM country, but of Barbadian parentage, Barbadian descent, sir, and with the will of the Cabinet, as the Honourable Prime Minister has already indicated in I believe on overseas trips, that aspect of who can be entitled to be registered as a citizen of Barbados may very well be before this Parliament soon. This widens the aspect and the ability of the government of Barbados to confer national honours, as the Honourable Member for St. James Central has said, is one of the hallmarks of nationalism and governance. Someone who has distinguished themselves by extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, to humanity at large, is eligible to be conferred with this honour. And, you know, so a country has to have the right to reward people for their good works, not only those who live in Barbados, the country, but those who have made a contribution from outside the physical borders of the country, those who have made a contribution to humanity as a whole. The issue, sir, of conferment of an honorary order, honorary conferment of the order is also important, sir. That can be made to someone who is not a citizen of Barbados, but who has distinguished themselves by extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean, the diaspora, or humanity at large, or to a head of state or government. This again increases the stature of a government. So it's not surprising that the Honourable Prime Minister has had the vision to do this. He would have been the Minister of Culture at the time when Barbados, this Parliament, sir, and I remember that debate very well, in 1998, created the Honour of National Hero. And it would have been a committee headed by now Sir Hilary Beckhouse that would have made recommendations for that honour, and which I think they might have recommended 7. The then government, former Barbados Labour Party administration, would have appointed 10 to be all very worthy, one still living, as we know, to be national heroes. And this freedom of Order of Freedom will, of course, now stand just below that in the table of precedence as the highest national honour. Sir, I must say, sir, as everyone who knows me well knows, that I'm an unrepentant Republican, sir. I have no apologies for saying that. I felt, sir, that maybe the only, sir, error that the last Barbados Labour Party administration made, and, sir, a party, in my opinion, of course, after 14 years governance, is entitled to one error, was not to take Barbados into republic status after the 1999 election with a 26-2 mandate. We had a republic song. The economy was great. It's not like now, sir, where, as the Honourable Prime Minister has said, our first task has to be to bring back the economy, which was in the absolute gutter just 14 months ago, sir, and that has to be the priority, sir. The economy and the physical safety and security of your people, law and order. And therefore, I'm in agreement that the time is now that we can move towards republic status at this stage. We have other priorities, sir. I've over the years grown a very practical person, sir. I was not always that way, but I'm practical and I understand that. 20 years ago, we could have done it. We had a tremendous economy after the first 5 years of the last Barbados Labour Party administration, sir. The best 5 years of any governance in this country, and 5 years, sir, which we have now as a standard to try to surpass, sir. And we could have moved towards it then. But the opportunity was lost, sir. I understand why the opportunity was lost, sir. The Honourable Member for St. James Central hinted at it, sir, that you have still, certainly then, a core group of monarchists and conservatives in this country, and there probably wasn't the political will to go against them at that time, sir. But I look forward to being part of a parliament, sir, led by the Honourable Prime Minister, where that debate on republic status of Barbados comes, and that we move towards that status, sir, after now over 50 years of independence. It is a process, sir. It is a process towards nationalism, sir, and this is not one on which we will be hypocritical, sir, because this is a party that would have taken Barbados, removed Barbados from the Privy Council, sir, into a regional court, as we were in previously, sir, when we were part of the Federation, led at the time by one of the greatest political leaders of the Caribbean, national hero, the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, sir, and we were part of a federal judicial system that worked extremely well. I had no problems whatsoever and was extremely supportive of us moving into the Caribbean Court of Justice. We are the party, sir, that in 2015 brought a covenant of hope which spoke about nationalism, about national consciousness among everything else, because, sir, that is part of the being of an individual, of a citizen. It's not only about economic development, about good health care, great education, law and security, sir, but national consciousness, pride in yourself, dignity, respect for others of your color, of your social status, of your citizenship, sir, has to be part of the development of a people, of a country, especially of a newly independent country, sir. And then, as the Honourable Member for St. James Central said, sir, we had the manifesto last year which spoke about national consciousness, sir. All of this brings us to where we are here today in this debate, sir. I too understand our history, our legacy as part of the British Empire for centuries, sir, being known as Little England at one time, but we have to move away from that, sir. We have to be the example as we strive again, and as we will make this country the leading small island in the world, the leading developing country in the world, sir, moving towards developed status as we were aiming to do the last time this political party was in government. But England, with all respect to it, sir, at one time, yes, ruled the world, but now in turmoil, sir, Brexit, etc., United States, in the heat, like if it had gone back on certain issues, race relations, how to treat the people of all races, of all sexes, of all preferences, sir, we can be the example to them on how we should move forward. And therefore, sir, while I too respect all those who have been awarded knighthoods conferred by magistrates, sir, I am one of those who feel that and who look forward to the time when we start accepting honours from the British government. The British Empire, sir, collapsed in 1945. In 1947, India became the first country after that period of colonialism to become independent from Great Britain. And after that, of course, we had heap of African countries becoming independent in the 50s, Ghana, Nigeria, others, but we still find ourselves, 75 years after the collapse of the British Empire, some of our citizens very worthy of national honor, sir, but accepting commander of the British Empire, member of the British Empire, order of the British Empire, sir. We have our own national honor, sir. I was happy that on the turn of this century, we created and honored the centennial honor and awarded 100 people centennial honors on the 1st of January 2000, sir. That is the mark of nationhood. That is the mark of a country that has found its place in the world. That is a mark of a country that throughout its history has had people with pride, with dignity, people who are hard-working, sir. And we have to set examples for our youth, our young people to aim for. They now have the Order of Freedom to aim for as the highest national honor, sir. And this ties in with what it is to be a Barbadian, because what it is to be a Barbadian has to be, too, an educational system which, as I said, gives people self-worth, self-esteem, national consciousness, and has to inculcate in all Barbadians the fact that we are inferior to none in this world, sir, to none whatsoever. As I said, sir, this is not an issue as one which we have been fighting on the last 14 months, trying and succeeding, sir, in, as typified by our progressive economic indicators, our improvement of economy, sir, after 22 or 23 successive downgrades. So we're fighting on that front, we succeed in. Law and order, we succeed in, sir. But this is not that, but it is as equally important in terms of conferring on our people, and not only our people, but people on the diaspora, people from the Barbadian diaspora, people entitled, even though they may not be a citizen of Barbados, that recognition which they truly deserve, an appointment not at the whim and caprice of Her Majesty the Queen, but on the advice of the Prime Minister and on the appointment of the Governor General, sir. We also have, of course, orders of CARICOM, where the CARICOM Secretariat can confer and has conferred orders on CARICOM citizens. Barbadians have received that honor. So we also have orders within the regional system to give to those who are highly worthy. Sir, this is an outstanding day. I give credit to the Honourable Prime Minister for leading for this vision and for bringing this debate, and absolutely associate myself with this bill before Parliament. I'm obliged, sir.
Member for St. James. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very pleased to stand and associate myself with the Freedom of Barbados honor, because it represents for us as a nation and as a people a step forward in our road to emancipation. I am delighted that we have been able to create something like this, and I want to give all kudos to our Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, for taking this step of creating the Freedom of Barbados honor. The reason why this is so poignant for me is because I was born in a Barbados where that which was foreign was better. that which came from the mother country was desirable, was the pinnacle, was pointed to as to that which you must aspire. That was the Barbados I was born in. And so our psyche was riddled with self-hatred, where we were unable to value that which came from ourselves. We were unable to value that which was made by us. We were taught to venerate what was made by others. So whatever they were eating, that was better food. We should be eating it. Whatever they were wearing, that is what we should be wearing. Those were better clothes. The things that they used, little girls, when I was a child, read Enid Blyton books. And you would always see in those books about eating strawberries and cream. And it was the ambition of children to taste that at some point in their lives, only to be disappointed to recognize that it could never outdo a guava, or guava cheese, or outdo cherries, or lovely mango, one of my favorites. Things that were done by others in a particular way was the right way to do it. It was culture. It was being well brought up, to speak the way they speak, to sing the way they sing. I remember in school, Mr. Speaker, that the poetry and the literature that we had to read was only that which came from elsewhere. It was not from the writers of our time and about our history and about our experiences. That was the Barbados I grew up in. Into that setting came the Black Power movement that challenged us to think differently, that asked us the difficult questions as to why do you hate yourself? Why can you not value who you are and that which you do? Into that mix came Yarrabah Yard. It was controversial. Every week they were on the radio. And during the week, Barbadians, depending on where they were in their self-consciousness, either venerated or tore down what they heard. That was the turbulent psychology in which I grew up. And Mr. Speaker, I have grown to see Barbados take some important steps away from that self-hatred, but it's not an easy thing to walk away from. It's not easy to retrain the mind. It takes diligent effort. It takes a society. It takes a school. It takes a community. It takes the church. It takes all the shapers and influencers to be able to help people to make the move away and to be able to embrace and value themselves. But it has a cost. And while for some people it is just this honor or that honor, in truth and in fact, Mr. Speaker, when a people do not value themselves, when a people do not celebrate who they are, when a people do not venerate their history, it affects their economic development. How does it do that? One of the things that occurs is that if you cannot value your thoughts, you will never be able to value your own creativity. And if you cannot value your creativity, then your enterprises cannot develop and innovate solutions to the problems which we face because they doubt their ability to so do. So if you look at what is happening in the field of architecture, in the field of engineering, when a people have a sound self-image and sound self-esteem, their architecture will reflect their culture. But if you look at what we have done in this region, because we assume that what comes from outside is better, we've built houses that have become hotter, less efficient, office buildings that do not suit our culture or our environment. We've put in air conditioning and it's got mold in it, and it's killing us because we just blindly follow. Why? Because we doubt ourselves and doubt our capacity to develop and respond to our own environment because of the self-hatred that was created because we felt that which came from overseas or over and away or from the mother country automatically had to be better. You cannot compete with that mindset. Your enterprises cannot become world class if they do not believe in themselves. And if Barbados is to go forward and to seize its moment, steps like these are important. The freedom of Barbados. The freedom of Barbados. So for me, this is more than just an honor. Its very name says where we need to walk to. And I want to honor the fact that we were able to do this today, just ahead of Emancipation Day, because it represents that other step that we've needed to take. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to detain the chamber long, so I want to end with this thought. Our children need to continue the journey of freeing themselves. And in that journey, we have a responsibility as those who govern to ensure that within our educational system, that this new honor, our honor of ourselves, become a part of what is taught in school and why we would have developed it. And more importantly, to share the stories of those on whom it will be bestowed. I am praying that it will be bestowed on those who've taken our country forward, people who've served and made things better for citizens, people who've done innovative things and put Barbados on the map, people who have lifted up the image of this country. And if we can do that, I believe that we can raise a generation of Barbadian children who will not live in the turbulence of where I have come from, but will be in a Barbados where it is normal, it is natural to value ourselves, to value the color of our skin, to value our dialect, to value our foods, to value our music, to value our expressions, and to value the quality of people that we are. And so I want to give my very fullest support and my thanks that this day has arrived here in Barbados, where we can now develop our own sense of honoring ourselves, the freedom of Barbados. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100 years plus after Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, Sylvester Williams, people like George Padmore were strongly opposed to the impositions of slavery and neocolonialism. I want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for the demonstration of courage in the middle of the challenges, once more, of the restoration of colonialism, best known as neocolonialism. In the 1920s, Garvey was asking the fundamental question, Where are your kings and queens? Where are your men and women of high affairs? In 1920s, and he said, I will help you make them. And that is significant. That is significant. At that time, Marcus Garvey was seen as a rebel, a racist. At that time, black people were honoring persons who denied them the right to a persona. In other words, they were chattel. It is very much like a few years ago, people felt extremely joyous at celebrating Guy Fawkes Day. The Speaker of the House of Assembly, sir, and you are at the right time in the history of man. The Speakers of the House of Assembly came in here with white wigs on their heads. In the street, for many people could not understand what it was on the head of the Speaker, and they referred to it as horsehair. I live at a time when I see that is no more. In the Supreme Courts of Barbados, the judges wore the horsehair. I want to show you how significant this is. Writers in the Caribbean were reflecting the times in which they live. And Austin Tom Clark was writing about growing up under the Union Jack. Stupid on the Union Jack. You had another Caribbean writer saying this is a place where nobody wants to live. Nobody wants to be here. That was their view of the Caribbean. I thought, and I want to pause because I could not make this speech without remembering Ifari, one of the greatest poets in Barbados and one of the best poets in the black diaspora among Caribbean people and among black people anywhere in the world. Ifari, Winston Farrell, Rastafarian poet, was saying, we have come a long way. We have come a long way. Now, we expected a radical transformation in the 1960s. That was the historic point where we expected radical changes to be made immediately after independence. Because independence means nothing if you're only having cosmetic changes, but you have people that are suffering from severe mental damage. In other words, a cultural and psychological inversion that everything that belongs to them they adore. And the very people that kept them in captivity and saw them as slaves, they were honoring. We still have an educated elite, sad to say, but that is why you have to have an honor like this, because the educated elite would not even want to be associated with this, because this is no honor for them. So this is the honor for the people from the trenches, the people who made significant contributions in Barbados. And it is not to be trivialized. It's not to be trivialized because it does not have the sanction of the British monarchy. We don't, at this stage, if we are reaching that level 100 years after the revolutionaries were preaching the same message to the black people in the Caribbean. We don't want any British validation to know who we are and to know that we are human beings and to know that we are great. Whoever interprets this in the bubbles of the concepts that are responsible for where we are today is an understanding that no colonial power, no imperialist US, UK must validate us to know that we are people in the House Assembly first and as human beings in general. We are equal to anybody. And that's what it means to me. And that the best honor to be given to a people is an honor that is given to them by the people themselves. Correct. Anglo-Saxon validation. But that's what lots of people need in this country. There was a time in Barbados you could not wear a shirt jack. Massive debate. The damage was so severe. You could not wear a dashiki. You were wearing a bodice. I was in this House Assembly just a few years ago, and a man who became Prime Minister for a very short period, and that's what he really deserved, not even to become Prime Minister. He would talk about, he saw me in town in a red bodice in the morning, and then came back and saw me in town in the evening in a green bodice. You understand the mindset? Well, of course, sir, this is you now. Intellectually, certainly he is. He never knew who he was. And he used to manifest that by saying, I am young and I have not formed a philosophy. So in other words, he had no body of concepts that would allow him to know who he is, that would allow him to set about on a journey to achieve something. You have to have a philosophy in order to be a true leader, not misrepresenting and doing things and using money from all different fraudulent means in order to purchase the way to the top. And I know that history will do justice and will reveal the truth. This party has to be respected. When I heard the Honourable member, the Minister of Tourism, made reference to Sir Francis Drake and Newton. Who's some rest of me? Hawkins. Well, I purge these things from my mind ever since. I don't even know how an educational system and people who came under that educational system can really believe that they contributed anything meaningful to the development of mankind, and their heads were stuffed with that kind of foolishness. Because it deliberately taught them this to fill up the head with rubbish. And then they act completely different towards their own kind. Because after the abolition of slavery and the post-independence period, there are, in fact, there are people in Barbados today that they don't hold any respect because of that psychological damage of not believing that we are people of importance and that we can contribute anything to the development of Barbados. There's still those people. There's still those people who believe that they should be given special privileges in this country. So this is a major transformation. And what we have to do now is to address that miseducation that we had prior to independence radically transform it. And I believe that is what we are focusing on as we look at the removal of the so-called 11 plus. All those areas of social stratification. You cannot build a society that is based on equity and equality and inherent in the educational system it having those elements of tiers of social stratification. You can't do it. And I hear it being preached sometimes by persons who should know better. You can't come in here and tell the whole world that we're doing things like this, but then you are perpetuating foolishness. You know, Porter, was only a few months ago when I saw the Honourable Prime Minister deciding that Ermi Bourne's name must be etched in the House of Assembly. You know what it is to come in and look up and see all these things here? Huh? Some people see them as one of the demonic. We don't have a level of consciousness, and don't mind what they talk about this party, how conservative it is. I'm not even talking about the economic planks. It is this party that established the Buster statue. In this party that also recognized there must be a day of significance. We're going to celebrate that because I prefer to celebrate that than Christmas. The 1st of August means more to me than Christmas. I will celebrate that 26th of July as well. Because this society, up to the 1950s and 60s, and even in the post-independence, early post-independence period, Clement Payne was seen as a criminal in this society. Lovell was a criminal in this society. It's the Barbados Labour Party that eradicated that. By expunging the records. And I believe that we must never forget that. They're still seeing a small crowd of Barbadians. I don't even want to call it a small crowd. They're still a small number of Barbadians not paying as much respect to that as they pay to other festive rituals that dot the landscape of Barbados that has nothing to do with them. And they dress, they buy new shoes, new dresses, look for the most expensive things to wear down to Queen's Park, the parade. Men dress in yellow shoes, yellow underwears, yellow hats, yellow stick. I can't really describe the appearances. Right? What? And these bogus kings, like King Dan, walking up and down, trying to amuse their own people, because they really believe that they look good. These are things that when it is a mirror of a backwardness and inferiority in a society that this effort it seeks to address. There are people who would see this as insignificant. What is this? But it takes courage when a society is not fully aware of even the damage that has been done to them. You Honourable member, which king is from St. Philip? Where's the constitution? Minister King represents St. Philip West sang a song in Barbados, a debate in a modern society went on but mother country. Big black Barbara green men and women was trying to find out exactly where is their mother country. You understand what's happening? So you can't ignore the importance of this. We are trying to bring a sense of self, not selfishness, self, to a society. And it is plausible. Not only understanding that historic journey that we have experienced, but it is plausible that we have a prime minister at a time when economic conditions are extremely hard. And these people will wring your wrist if you make changes of this kind. This is a form of education, that no simpleton, no weakling will make an attempt at this time to make these kind of changes. It is significant. But you don't get a spirit to produce or to feel a sense of ownership if you don't know who you are. The reason why people work hard in a society every day, Mr. Speaker, is because they feel themselves an integral part of the development of that society. You have to be able to recognize me. You have to be able to recognize the ministers in here. If a minister keep working and nobody shows any appreciation for him and for what he's doing, he becomes depressed. He does not produce, the society don't produce, everybody dragging their feet in the society. So this has some elastic value that cannot be just be restricted to Barbadians looking for somebody to validate them, or even you validating yourself. It is much wider than that. And I want to really and genuinely, I say things sometimes, sir, that some of my colleagues would like to say. But they believe that I am a foolish man. So I am the best. I am the best man to say. I wear that badge with honor.
Which badge you wear, honor, that you can speak? The badge that you will speak, not the reference you made to it as being a foolish man. That's not the badge of honor that you will wear, sir.
I am the representative of the people.
Thank you.
Of St. Michael's East. And the people of St. Michael's East place confidence in me, regardless of what many people say. Some people cannot get their mother to vote for them. You understand? And those persons offer their opinion on many major public issues in this country. You know how many things in this country that a government do, or how many things that parliamentarians here do, and some buffoon, all of a sudden, some never read a textbook or anything, not even great expectations, or well, what's it? Edith Blyden. You know all of the some of these people begin to have debates on political science, economic matters. Some people are psychologists overnight. Some people are criminologists, can resolve all the problems. So when the minister that is responsible for crime speaks, you got a whole set of people engaged in a serious debate and can't even control the troubles that they experience in their own domestic homes. So we have a responsibility. And we do not do things based on any top-down understanding. We feel the pulse of the people and we know what the people want. We people want to get rid of Horatio Nelson. But there's a force in this country that believe he's an important symbol of their history and he should be preserved. But anybody with any academic background that had an opportunity to read Capitalism and Slavery and read the words of Horatio Nelson, properly recorded by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. What he said, supported by sound documentation. Written in the records, this quote came from this. We'd understand why he ought not to be there. It's the biggest contradiction in the middle of the commercial city of Bridgetown. That symbol. A man who opposed our liberation is now the symbol in National Hero Square. And we want to move it. It is going to call for lots of courage to do it. But it has to go. It has to go. Because we would not complete what ought to be the revolution immediately after independence. If you look to see how we move as gradualists in order to change things over the years, right? We now recognize that we have to even move, in fact, we have to move faster now than we were allowed to move then, because these changes must be made so you can give Barbadians a sense of pride. We talk about 2020 and asking Barbadians to come home. Barbadians must be able to feel ownership, come back here, reconnect with their own people. It has to happen up here. It has to happen up here. Each one of us must be able to philosophize on what it is we are doing by when we say 2020, what it is that we are doing. How can we make Barbadians feel that this is a place not to run from, as was enunciated before, but this is home. You must come home. And most of the time, there are lots of Barbadians in the latter days of their lives, they want to come back home to die. Because they believe that life has reached such a point that it could go anywhere. They don't come back home because they even know anything about home. So if we're going to do this, we got to globalize what is a Barbadian. And I want to thank the Prime Minister again and again and again to be always, to remain constant, remain consistent in playing a very meaningful role in these transformations, because I know the role that over the years she has played in the transformation, not only of symbolic representation, monuments, honors, and so on, but the effort in education itself. And that is one of the major things that we have to address. Look back. Look, a country can't be at this stage and debating whether you should have black studies or African history. Something wrong. They spend in the Ministry of Education must be over 2 years to determine if African history should be part of the curriculum. 2 years in a debate, bringing people from overseas to explain to them how to put this program in place. A black race in the 21st century. And then to alter the program and put the program on its social studies. But you know, I got European history. And Africa, that is the biggest continent. You don't have the subject matter even in world history that you call African history. You got African studies. 2 questions. in a CXC exam. You got limited knowledge of, when Garvey asks who are your kings, it ain't just who are your kings and queens in relation to the Caribbean, but the Caribbean people don't even know that royalty exists on the African continent and they had kings there. They don't know anything about Shaka, they don't know anything about Hannibal. They know nothing. Some people say that we have a king, at least in the House Assembly. Black man, know thyself. Marcus Messiah Garvey, know thyself. And it said that those words were etched in the temples of Egypt, in Alexandria. And that when the Greek and the other people who went, Alexander the Great, went to the temples, the words were right before him. Man, know thyself. Black man, know thyself. Thyself. And all I want to urge all of my colleagues is to understand this unearthed an important national debate. This brings this political dispensation back on track. Our long journey in the post, although we were not the party who ushered in ceremonial independence, the fundamental changes that helped to make the minds of Barbadians malleable enough to be able to appreciate who they are came as a consequence of both the informal and formal educational system that bring us to this level of consciousness. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to make that short contribution to this national debate.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support from the backbench for this important gesture on the part of the government. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the order of the freedom of Barbados, the highest order, is important for an independent country. And as one member said, Mr. Speaker, coming 2 days before we celebrate our emancipation, this shows that our country and the leadership of this country has really arrived at a point where we can say that we have an identity. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can say in this country that this party has done Barbados proud once again, coming on the heels of the party from 1994 until 2008, where we set ablaze. And of course, that honourable member for St. Michael Northeast, was paramount in shaping a society that helped to promote this country to what it was up to 2008, because I can identify with a number of initiatives that were made by the same honourable member in terms of the National Heroes Day. There were other programs and things that were done by the Barbados Labour Party in that period. And I want to salute the government for taking the time to justify our existence over the past 14 months. I read in a paper a couple of weeks ago, and I was annoyed. I believe most persons have seen that paper, in which one writer felt that we were only advertising, we were only spending time on looking at ads, looking at how we can promote our self-interest. And of course, I believe that we need to continue to look at our history. We need to continue to look at how we could remind the public, how we can remind Barbadians of what are some of the achievements that we have done over the last 14 months. It's important, too, to spell out the history of this great political institution. I believe, too, Mr. Speaker, that we have been able to stabilize this country, and the time has come now for us to move forward, to sensitize Barbadians of how are some of the things that we need to ensure that we recognize persons who have done our society proud. We cannot continue to only look at the symbols and the things that were given to us as a colonial society, but we need to shape our destiny as an independent and republic society. Mr. Speaker, there are still a number of things that must be done. Members spoke about our judicial system today. People spoke about the right to name and rename a number of symbols in our society. It will take time, but I believe we are on the right track, and I would just want to say that the government, the only thing I think we need to do is allow persons in the society to know what we're doing, to have their input, and while this is done, I believe that the government will feel more encouraged to do more as we go forward from day to day. But certainly, the renaming of a number of streets, especially in your area, I see, Mr. Speaker, that they have a number of streets in the Bank Hall area as Queen Mary. You have King this, King that. I think the time has come for us to look at persons who have done tremendous work in the field of art, sports, and service, to rename a number of these streets, to rename a number of these buildings in order to bring them into more Barbadiana. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we salute the government, and we look forward for a number of other initiatives as we go forward from day to day. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting back, and I like what was discussed by the honourable members, and I thought I still have to put in my 5 cents worth in this debate, and I support this bill and applaud the government for this initiative to honour our heroes, especially those unsung heroes, people living in communities across the length and breadth of Barbados who deserve the recognition that I believe that this honor will give them. They do not want money, they do not want anything but to be honored because they've given their life and their service to this country to help with its development. So I think that the announcement, sir, has been perfectly timely, has been extremely timely, and outstanding, because I know that Barbadians are proud today to learn of what is going to unfold in a few weeks' time. Perhaps it might have been wise if it had happened on our 50th anniversary, but were that to happen then, we would not have been able to be basking in the glory of a phenomenal idea and project coming through from this distinguished Barbados Labour Party that is more than 80 years old. We have made our mark in this country in so many different spheres, and we will continue to make our mark with the guidance of our astute leader, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, and more particularly with God's guidance. He gives the wisdom, and we will put out whatever we can into this society because people matter. And once we do this, and it trickles into our communities, it's going to build the pride and the joy of Barbadians, that they too will be recognized. So this is another historical landmark, sir, in our political maturity. It has been announced at this critical time in our history, as was expressed by some of our honourable members here earlier, as we celebrated only on Friday the National Day of Significance, acknowledging the contribution of Clement Payne and others. And we know that, sir, on Thursday, we're going to celebrate Emancipation Day, where we have been emancipated to a level where we can speak to other countries in the world that they can understand. How could people in a small society who have come through slavery live in a society and be at peace, and there will be tranquility despite the color, the class, the creed? We're now having people come to Barbados to make it their home, away from the home where they live, because of the peace and the tranquility that is in this place, and the opportunities for fairness for Barbadians and others among us to be able to enjoy. And so Thursday, Emancipation Day, we emancipate ourselves from mental slavery and recognize the contribution of the people among us. And then we also celebrate the crop over, where we remember those citizens who, through their blood, sweat, and tears, and I don't know about the parents of the honourable members here, sir, but I know that my mother labored day and night in the plantation. When she wasn't planting the cane plants or the cane box, she was heading the sugar cane, even sometimes cutting the sugar cane. So we know of them. We know of the shopkeepers, sir, who gave us a little extra something ahead of getting the funds for the food to feed the many families in our villages. We know the engineers and the blacksmiths. We know the teachers, the nurses, the police officers, even the doctors who gave of their service for free to help build this country and to make this place one of the safest places in the world. And I want the young people to hear that they are enjoying the fruits of the labor of many thousands upon thousands of Barbadians who gave their life to service to this country, to contribute to its growth and development. And I pray that they will cease and settle with the nonsense that is happening in some spheres. Not very often, but at least to step back. And I support what is being said here this evening, sir, that we need to educate our children and give them the necessary components about our history and our culture, that they can get a better understanding as to where they have come from, where they have reached now, and where they need to go for the future, because we will hand over to them all the good that has been put in place for this country to remain stable. I am extremely proud of the leadership of this country and the Barbados Labour Party at this time, where the vision is unfolding again. We had the lost decade. Now we are reviving and going forward and bringing the people along with us. That is why, sir, we were able to launch the People's Assemblies that should be having some sessions in the next few weeks. People empowerment is critical to us going forward and handing on. There are some of us in here, sir, that may not come back again. But when we lay the foundation and the young people observe and they learn by what we do, they will aspire to be in here in this honourable chamber, sir. And the honourable member for St. Michael East talked about the walls and the paintings and the other things that are here. But we are now a Parliament of Barbados, sir, 30 of us, all black men and women. We have made tremendous strides in our history, and we must not stagnate. We have to go forward, but bring along the population with us. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, our forefathers who through their blood, sweat, and tears built this society, despite the conditions under which they lived. They had their chattel houses, they rented from the plantations, they were treated unkindly, but that never stopped them from trying to achieve their goal, their various goals, and pointing their children in a direction to go to school and to learn, get the education that we did not get. And we are seeing it here in this distinguished chamber, sir, and across the length and breadth of Barbados and the world. we must highly commend our forefathers and foremothers, if people want that to be included. But forefathers, for me, is saying everybody for the extremely great work that they did in building this nation. And we will continue to build it, sir, with this Barbados Labour Party at the forefront. The astute leadership of these people, sir, their strength of character, I will repeat that, their strength of character despite the impoverished environments under which they were raised. The wholesome principles that they upheld, the love, peace, understanding, empathy, sympathy, they need more than recognition at this time, Mr. Speaker, sir. The innovative skills that they came up with when it came to our clothing, our various dishes, decorations in and behind our houses, flower gardens, vegetable gardens in every household, in every backyard, because they had to supplement the income that they were getting from the various spheres of employment they have. They built this country, Mr. Speaker, and we have to ensure that Barbados, which has come a long, long way, continues to exist on those principles of respect for law and order, on hand-holding others and giving back to the society. And that is the only way that we can pass on those mores, those tenets, those values, to be able to keep Barbados stable again. And therefore, you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, how proud I am to be a part of this distinguished chamber. A main ingredient, Mr. Speaker, in celebrating our achievements is to honor our own. Honor our own not just at the highest level, but honor our own in our various communities and villages across Barbados. There are women who nurtured other people's children to make sure that they remained on the straight and the narrow. There were men who worked and fed different households to ensure that food was in the household to feed the children and others therein. Our extended families laid that platform for good living. And we must get back to that kind of lifestyle, because we will be able to nurture our young people and set the examples that they can emulate and make their marks when we are all hushed and gone. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I also want to refer to Barbadians living across the world. My sister returned to Canada today at one of the highest levels at Aussie University. A Barbadian at the highest level. A niece as well in Canada at the highest level. We have them across the length and breadth of the world. That's why it hurt me, Mr. Speaker, sir, when the former, now late Prime Minister, from the honourable former member from St. John, talked about telling people go back to where they came from, wait for a call. If Barbadians were told to wait for a call, we do not know what will happen. And if the Barbadians who are living across the length and breadth of the world, especially the United States and England and Canada, had to be sent back home, I do not know what will happen in this place. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, sir? We benefited by those gifts, by those remittances that our parents, our friends, our guardians, our families who went there sent back to this country. That foreign exchange helped to build this society. I am so proud to be a Barbadian today, sir. I would like to be none other than a Barbadian. And wherever I go in this world, so I will never forget from whence I have come, because this is what nurtured me and has brought me to this level. And I'm going to reach back in and bring along some others with me. And I'm sure that my honourable colleagues here will do the same and have been doing the same, because they understand what it is to give back to this society. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to say that this small island state has made me so proud and made all of us so proud of it. And each of us has nurtured and has been nurtured by extremely prominent Barbadians, despite their standard of living or their level of education or whatever it is that would have inhibited a lot of people. This bold step, sir, by the Honourable Prime Minister, as she laid it in this Honourable Chamber today, sir, has made me feel so proud to see the empowerment of our citizens. Excellent work has been done by Barbadians, but to top it all off is this initiative that has been announced here today. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you know that that title called Justice of the Peace is one of the most popular of honors that Barbadians seek. Sometimes I have as many as 50 people who say, Mistress, I want to be a Justice of the Peace. It is just the title, it's not just the title behind there, but it is because they are accessible for persons to have their pension checks signed, to have their passport form signed, to be able to sign off on affidavits and so on. And few villages have got, because many of them have died out now, sir. And you have to be going knocking on people's door early in the morning or searching for a whole day to find someone. Justice of the Peace is most popular. And I feel that this initiative is another step higher to be able to let people know we accept and appreciate your contribution to the growth and development of this country. Therefore, let me honor you for what you have done. I'm not going to call any names, sir. I didn't have your permission. I wouldn't do it now. But I know there are hundreds of social workers who have done great things, sir, and you know them as well, because you have been one of the most outstanding, sir, in Barbados, and I've learned of your work. I've learned of the contribution you have made to this society, sir. And there are other thousands on the outside who, in simple ways, went to work on time, because Barbadians have always learned to be punctual and regular in their attendance and professional in treating to the issues and the intricacies of them, that the confidentiality remained. You are one of them, sir. And there are many others, and I'm proud to be associated with persons of that caliber. Police officers, teachers and other civil servants, sir, priests or pastors, sports personalities, agriculturalists, nurses, entrepreneurs, those shopkeepers and the mechanics and so on. They have all made their mark. There are too many categories for me to mention, but I am sure that by the time we get the opportunity to sit and internalize and to start to record every step or square foot of this country, we can identify people who have done excellent things, and they are unsung heroes, but were never recognized as such in this particular situation. I come to a conclusion, sir, but I would not until I laud the Honourable Prime Minister for what has been placed here before us this day, sir. It is long overdue. I sat alone about a month ago and wrote out names of five iconic persons from the parish of St. Thomas who have done excellent work, and this is a part of the Parish Independence Committee activity. They want to honor people from the villages. We did not wait for Vision 2020 and be gathering, but that too will be accommodated. But I'm saying, before this even came here, there were the people out there looking to pull out some of the individuals. Why must we wait for persons to become 100 years to celebrate? Why must we wait for people to achieve their doctorate or whatever to celebrate, when we know we have them next to us? They will never get a doctorate, they will never get a certificate, but their lifestyle and the standards that they set has put them on a pillar different from the rest. They're ordinary people who have done extraordinary feats. And so, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying, Barbadians' pride and joy is being rekindled again. Our people were so despondent in the last couple of years. They were so angry, they were so bitter, they wanted to give up. Some of them did give up. There were so many challenges. It was not only in the economy, but there were other areas where it made people feel less than Barbadians. I am seeing smiling faces now because of what is being put into the system to make Barbadians feel we are important too, and we will be recognized for the good we can do. So this bold step is going to bring joy and pride to the hearts of our people. The autonomy is now in the people's hands again, and they can nominate their own icons from their various villages and communities and acknowledge them for the distinguished contribution that they have made, and they deserve the honors. So I close, Mr. Speaker, to say again how proud I am to be a part of this distinguished institution at this juncture in our history, acknowledging that our own people among us, it is critical for us to give them the praise, the honor, and the glory while they are yet alive. Our motto, pride, and industry is unfolding day by day, and we must commend not only the Prime Minister, not only the Cabinet, but the people of Barbados for what they have done and for acknowledging that we are one people, one nation, and when we come together and we praise and we uplift and we celebrate together, there will be peace in the valley called Barbados. Forward ever, backward never for this country, Barbados. I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be brief on this matter, on my support for this Order of Freedom of Barbados bill. It is important, I felt it was important for me as the youngest member of this cabinet and the second youngest member of this House to be able to reflect on and represent the importance of this initiative to those of my generation and perhaps those to come. And I say perhaps because I realize that while I may be the youngest among some of my colleagues, I certainly objectively may not qualify as that young. And that there are others who have greater claims on that particular description. But I want to reflect very quickly on one of the reasons why I, as a young Barbadian, wanted to be of service to my country with respect to being able to contribute to the governance of the country. And one of those reasons had to do with what is represented in the Covenant of Hope of the Barbados Labour Party. What was represented there as a new national consciousness, and what is similarly represented in the manifesto as the importance of having a new national consciousness, which I believe that this bill represents. And this bill really says to all of us and to the people of Barbados that no one else can come and tell us who among us is great. No one else can come and tell us or decide for us who among us has distinguished themselves such that we want to recognize them and that we need and want to be the ones who set the standards for greatness. And that is important because it is important for young Barbadians to have people and values that represent and reflect where they come from and what they look like. You know, when some years ago, I made a decision that is personal, but you know the personal is political. And I decided that when it came to the hair that was growing out of my head, that it was perfectly acceptable for the hair that naturally grows from my head to be presented to the world as who I am. And I remember when I decided to stop processing my hair with these chemicals that really, you sit in the chair at the stylist and you just cannot wait for the lady to tell you, please come and sit at the dryer, at the sink to wash it out, because you feel as if your head is on fire. And I don't make any judgment for what other people choose to do, but I made a decision as a descendant of African slaves, as a black Barbadian woman, that I would no longer go in that direction, and that the way that I was born and present naturally to the world as a black woman was perfectly acceptable in every context. Perfectly acceptable in a professional context, perfectly acceptable, and I received the compliment from my colleagues who suggest, and also perfectly beautiful, is a message that young women must get in any way that I choose to present. As an economist, as a proud member of Parliament for St. Michael South Central, as a young black Barbadian woman. And I remember when I made the decision and I cut my hair to allow it to grow naturally, and my aunt saw me a little bit late in the evening, and she said, well, what are you doing with the hair now? You're just wearing it hard? And I would never forget that, because I had to say to her, well, hard is the way it grows. And you know, we use these adjectives and these particular ways of classifying ourselves that really reflect the fact that we have not come to terms with all of the glory of who we are. We have not come to terms with the spirit of fight and the spirit of pride that our ancestors did their best to pass on to us. And, you know, one of the things on which I reflect over the last 3 years is that as we've gone through the publicity and the speaking in communities and the advertising and the pictures and the posters, there's a lot that I'm proud of the last 2-3 years since I've come to this work. But one of the things of which I am proudest is when young women come to me and say, we would like a picture, we love your hair looks like ours. Or when I hear the story of the young woman who was getting a lot of trouble from her mother, who told her that, you know, well, you're becoming a lady, so you're going to have to relax your hair, you're going to have to straighten it. And she said to her mother, and her mother said, you know, if you want to really make something of yourselves and get to the highest levels, this is something you have to do. You got to care about how you present yourself. And she said to her mother, well, I give you Marsha Cattle, who represents us in the way that you are telling me I cannot present myself if I want to do well. And this may seem like a personal issue, but the personal is always political. How we understand ourselves, the pride that we take in ourselves, defines all of the things that we think we can do or think we cannot. And I always tell people, and I've said to some of the young women that I work with and mentor, my hair represents the fight of my ancestors. It defies gravity and it defies oppression. And it is something of which I am very proud. Bob Marley said in what is really my favorite Bob Marley song. It's difficult to have one, but it's from an album that is about survival. That's the name of the album. And he said in Ambush in the Night, they say what we know is just what they teach us. And we are so ignorant because every time they can reach us. And what he's trying to say is that unless we decide for ourselves what it is we have to know about ourselves, if we keep allowing people to come and tell us what is good, what is left, what is right, what is up, what is down, whom we should honor, and allow people to tell us that, in fact, even though people have been the instruments of your oppression, you should give them pride of place in your square or in your minds or in your hearts or in your system of awards and recognition. And when we consider that in the context of education, we have a huge task in front of us. And the reason that we made reference to national consciousness in the manifesto is not just because it sounds good. It is because it is a huge part of the unfinished work of the post-independence generation. We met in Golden Square last week for the Day of National Significance. And every time I go into Golden Square, I feel like we must be ashamed of our history. We must be ashamed of the fight for freedom that allowed us to be where we are today, because Golden Square, I mean, we're glad that it's recognized and it was established in the first place. But in fact, it does not sit and is not treated with the reverence and with the significance that it deserves. And so one of the reasons that we've said that as part of the urban renewal that we've earmarked and we've identified for that area, one of the reasons that we know that we need to settle the removal of the NIS building is that we need to open up Golden Square so that every Barbadian child understands who Clement Payne was, understands who the freedom fighters of the 1937 uprising were and what they meant for where we are now. We sat in that place last week and were reminded of the names and the geographical provenance of some of those people who died in the 1937 uprising. One of them was a cattle from St. Peter. 3 of them that were named were from the constituency geographically of St. Michael South Central. How many young people know of their relation to those ancestors who fought that fight on behalf of all of us? And so this business of urban renewal and investment and regeneration is not just about growing an economy. It is about making sure that we not only, through legislation like this, honor the real heroes, but it's also that we complete the other side of that unfinished business, which is the economic enfranchisement of all Barbadians. That we step back from simply giving people a wage or an income, and that we create the mechanisms through which ordinary Barbadians can control wealth and capital in this country. Because it is not enough to put a man in a jacket and point him to an office building and say, you have arrived, congratulations. But when he leaves, and when he comes into retirement and he has nothing to leave for future generations, then what have we done? Really, our commitment, and my commitment on behalf of my generation, is to be able to match this kind of acknowledgement of who we are and this new national consciousness and the kinds of initiatives such as this Order of Freedom of Barbados, but to be able to match that with real enfranchisement so that the people who are able to control and gain and pass on real wealth represent a broader base of this Barbados. So that in order to really address issues of intergenerational poverty and deprivation, you have to do more than give a man a salary. You have to give him the means through different financing mechanisms to be able to leave something for those who are coming after him. And that is what really removing the struggle is going to look like. So in these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that this is really part of a whole. This is a part of perhaps some of the most important work that we are called to do on behalf of ordinary Barbadians, to acknowledge that we are enough and that we get to determine on our own terms what makes us great. and to be able to show younger generations everything that they can be. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael's South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This debate is a very important one, sir, but I promised the member for St. Peter and the honourable member for St. Joseph that I was going to be brief, in as much as they don't believe me. But this is a very important debate, sir. And, you know, as I sat through and I listened to the debate, and in our prior conversations, listening to the Prime Minister's intention and what motivates her, sir, and this cabinet and this government, sir, at this stage in our development, knowing what it means for us, sir, it moves me, sir, in an emotional way. But I remember as a boy, there was an old lady I spoke to. I was very, very young, maybe 9, young. And she said, we were by the canteen, so she was in church clothes, and she said then that she had never sat in the front of a church. That she never sat in the front of a church. And that when she was a little girl, perhaps she couldn't sit in the church, in the front of the church. And that in her own time she could, but that she made a choice never to sit in the front of a church. And she said, you know, change comes, but it doesn't come easy. And as a boy, I understood that to mean that, you know, it's difficult. Changing a situation is difficult. People have to put themselves on the line, but that eventually you could change a whole system, because it comes. But as I got older, I also realized in a deeper sense that when that change comes, it doesn't come easy, sir, because it comes at a personal cost to you and to who you are. And some of us in that process of changing a system, sir, we may become so hardened. Some of us are so angry, so grieved, because change comes, sir, but it doesn't come easy. And I've always remembered those words. It will come, but that it doesn't come easy, sir. And even in circumstances that I push to change, I hope as I do so, and as we do so, we do not lose a bit of ourselves in that process of trying to bring change. But we are naturally drawn, because of who we are, to the idea of what is radical. When I was first exposed to sociology, many of us, I found the teachings that we now know as historical materialism, but the teachings of Karl Marx, sir, to be very appealing. That someday the proletariat will overthrow the bourgeoisie. I found that appealing. When I was teaching at the university and I taught the nature of man, I found Hobbes, the idea that man is the state of nature is brutish and short and nasty. Solitary poor, and that you needed to pass over your authority to this Leviathan, sir, this head. I found that idea so repugnant to me, but that it then shaped the way a lot of our systems are now built. I also read Sir Franz Fanon and his teachings, sir, and there was the phrase that most of us know, sir, that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. And I've always asked myself, what is my mission? And I think as a cabinet, sir, and as a government and as a parliament, we have to ask ourselves, what is our mission? And do what we must do, sir, to fulfill it. And I believe that in bringing what we brought here today, sir, we are fulfilling our mission. I really do. The idea of who we are as a people, sir, what it means to lead in this year of our Lord, sir, the difference that we must bring. You know, I listened to the opposition leader and he spoke about going the full gamut, doing all. I was a student in London in 2000 when former Prime Minister Arthur was there to speak to the Barbadian representation there, the diaspora in Brixton. I was a student, so I went to Brixton to hear him. And the idea of Barbados becoming a republic was being discussed at the time. And there was real fear in that room, resistance. In that room in Brixton, they weren't ready for it. The conversation was difficult for many of them to take in. There was a lot of resistance in that room, sir. And I understand, even though even those of us in this parliament may think that every Barbadian is going to support it. Maybe not. There always, I've come to realize, sir, there are always factions in the room. And some people may not find this as appealing, sir, as we do, but I feel that we have to work people through that fear. I know young people will support it, but I will not give myself the fake comfort of believing that they support it because they understand the philosophical underpinning of what we're doing here. But a lot of young people, first of all, don't care about much, a lot of them. Some of them do. They're apathetic about a lot of things that are important to their development. And a lot of young people are just about the idea of opposing. So I'm not going to say that their support means that they fully grasp what it is that we are seeking to do here. But I feel we have to manage that process. And why is this important, sir? The Prime Minister made an announcement a few days ago about the fact that there are many people whose houses under urban were basically stolen from them almost in the dead of night. I have a constituent, sir, who allowed urban to come and renovate her house, and she signed the contract. And then a few months ago, urban came to her and said, you can now buy your house. She said, buy the house? Well, this is my house. And they presented the contract to her to show her that she had basically, in allowing them to repair the house, signed over the house to them. And they said it was a new house because they broke down what was there and they rebuilt her a house. And in so doing, urban took the houses away from people, hundreds of people, sir. Hundreds. So when the Prime Minister made the announcement a few days ago that by Emancipation Day, in the true spirit of emancipation, all those people had to get their deeds back, sir, I stood for that. We stand for that, sir. Because it was wrong. It was wrong. And this transformation must be more than just a paper transformation. It must be real. And to me, that is the truest manifestation of how real it is. So giving people empowerment, the training that we plan to do, all those things, sir, are very important. You know, I read Roots, and I watched it too. There was a scene, sir, I'm coming home soon, there was a scene where at the beginning, where Kunta Kinte's father, Moro, takes him. This is serious to me, man. His father takes him before the stars, lifts him to the sky. Behold the only thing greater than yourself, he said to him. Behold the only thing greater than yourself. I must tell you, I did the same thing quietly for my daughter. Behold the only thing greater than yourself. And that for generations, people have tried, sir, to rip the idea that we are men and women away from us, sir. Kings and queens from where we came. Sir. And I have always felt, sir, that it is going to be important for us as a people, sir, to share that lesson, to share that story of who we are. And the opposition leader also asked that we do more. Maybe at some point the Prime Minister said, we will finish the game. We will finish the game. And when I was a student, so I wrote a poem. I used to write, you know. And I wrote a piece, it's called Caribbean African. If you allow me, sir, just to do a stanza as I close, sir. In the last verse, it was called Caribbean African. And my last stanza goes, sir, glory be to the African spirit. Beaten and bruised, but we are living to tell it. And yes, we saw hardship, but hardship brought with it calypso and reggae and sweet Caribbean music. So yes, I admit the damage has been done. And we speak of one love when we really ain't one. So brothers, listen, because this is the hour that we need to seek wisdom, for knowledge is power. And to stand on a mountain and proudly declare, Jah, you've blessed me with my African hair. We have lied to ourselves. Let us rise up from that. Because we are not ugly, my friends. We are black. And black is a mystery that's yet to unfold. And black is a story never properly told. And black is pure beauty. So that is what I am. I am a warrior, a storyteller, a Caribbean African. Sir, and with those few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1675, there was a plan to overthrow the settlers, the colonizers in Barbados, and to install Coffee as king of Barbados. And this uprising was planned for the country, and Coffee was to be crowned king in Spikestown. That was in 1675. The rebellion never took place. The plans were betrayed, and the attempted rebellion was put down. In 1937, as we celebrated on the Day of Significance just last Friday, there was a people's uprising in Barbados. And in that uprising, some of those who fought paid with their lives. My research tells me that DeCosta O'Neill from Boscobel, Dalrymple Cattle from Boscobel, Joseph Belgrave from the Baltic, which is also in Boscobel, and Carlisle Graves from Sherman's, all of those from St. Peter, were 4 of the martyrs who were part of the struggle of July 26 and July 27, 1937. And out of that, we moved into the 1940s, and we celebrate today the work of the now Right Excellent Sir Frank Walcott in the struggle for improving the lot of workers. The Right Excellent Sir Frank, Mr. Speaker, is what we call a Spike Songboy. A farm road man, St. Peter. But sir, I mentioned these, I am particularly mentioned those from St. Peter and events that were supposed to take place in St. Peter, to use them as an example to say to you, Mr. Speaker, and to say to Barbados that the struggle to be free, the struggle for self-determination, is a struggle that is historically in our bones. We have always wanted to set the platform for where we ought to go. We've always wanted to make decisions for ourselves. It is in our bones. I believe it is in our nature. But, Mr. Speaker, 300 years of chattel slavery is nothing to sneeze about. And so while we look into our history and we can see attempts at self-determination, attempts to assert who we are, demonstrations of the confidence that lies within us, we also see the effects of those 300 years of chattel slavery, when black people in Barbados were considered not human beings, but property. Chattel that could be traded, that were expendable. And so we have a situation that has so impacted us that it caused me, while I was a teenager, to reflect on what happened while I was at primary school. While at primary school in Black Bess, it occurred to me as a teenager at UE, studying Fanon, studying some of the other philosophers, Marx and others, that when we were asked to draw people at primary school, the female of the species, we always drew, or almost always drew, with hair coming out of the top of the head, coming around the circle of the head, and turning back up at the bottom. And I began to wonder why young girls would draw hair that did not look like the hair of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, or even the hair of the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East. I recognize that, Mr. Speaker, as the damage caused by slavery and a continuation of those effects on the psyche of our people. And so when I go to a conference, a function, and I see people who look like me preferring to sit down in the back, hesitant to go close to the front. When I see people who look like me, rather than looking across at me to speak, looking down, speaking in softer tones, I recognize that our psyche has been damaged. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to be part of an administration that in 2019 can take a decision to assist in the repair process, to assist in the rebuilding of the confidence of a people, to assist in allowing our people to recognize and to understand that we can stand toe to toe with anybody in this world. To recognize that we, as black people, brown, whoever we are, as Barbadians, are equal to anybody else in this world. I think this act of repairing damage is an act that I'm not sure that we even fully understand or appreciate. I believe that generations to come will more appreciate the enormity of what we are debating and what we are about to vote on today in this Parliament in Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say to Barbadians, in order to move past where we are, we have to recognize where we are. We have to know what we want, and we have to move determined to get to where we want. Stepping out like what we're doing is never easy. Those who attempted to do it in 1675 paid with their lives. And the historians tell us that those who were captured, identified and captured, were beheaded. Their heads were placed on sticks across Orange Street and Sand Street in Speightstown as a signal to others not to be concerned about this matter of self-determination and taking your future into your own hands. The four persons whose names I called from the 1937 uprising, those persons paid with their lives. And Mr. Speaker, recognizing what happened in the Coromantee attempted rebellion and in 1937, I want to commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East for taking this bold step, because asserting one's self will always meet with resistance. And it takes courage along with vision in order to move oneself forward, in order to move a people forward, and in order to be in the vanguard, in order to be leading a people forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, the questions that I think we have to ask: who will we look up to? Who will be our heroes? Who will be our champions? Who will be our most honourable? I submit, Mr. Speaker, that they should be genuinely ours. Let them receive our awards. Let them receive our high commendation. Let them, Mr. Speaker, receive the Order of Freedom. I'm obliged to you.
Very brief, but I want to say that for me, two things come to mind. The national anthem and the pledge. These are, I guess I could say, words that have guided every decision that I've ever made in my life since I've become a teenager to a man. And I say that basically to put this into this context. That I understand, and though I agree with a lot of the sentiments expressed by my colleagues in terms of the historical understanding of where we have come as a people, this initiative today, and I think the Honourable Member for St. Peter made the point. This is about us as Barbadians, regardless of color, class, creed, education, lack of, standing, whatever it is. This is about us being able to honor ourselves, for ourselves, by ourselves. It is bigger than even the history of the struggle that we have had in terms of our ethnicity. This small change, this piece of legislation, though small, and Bob Marley made a reference in a song. He talked about philosophy, the power of philosophy, light like a feather, but heavy as lead. This act is going to be like that. Because for generations to come, it is the people of Barbados who are going to be the ones bestowing this freedom, this order of freedom on themselves. They are going to be the ones who decide what it is. And I just want to make one last comment, and that is, when we look at freedom in its totality, let this also be a time when we free ourselves from some of the historical incidents that may keep us in a particular place. There are those out there who, I am sure, listening to these debates, will at some point in time try to use some of the things that have been said in this chamber today for political purposes. And I can hear them now, trying to create basically a divide among people. But it is my job as a person who has, I guess, the honor of seeing Barbados in a complete different light, having been born in the colonial mother country, having to suffer racism from 5 years old, and then having the privilege to come to this country to experience something completely different, but in many ways very similar: classism. And so I have a perspective of what it means to be able to look in the mirror at yourself and have a confidence that says, as I've heard in here on numerous occasions, that you have the ability to be whatever and whoever you decide that you want to be. This is a chance for all Barbadians, regardless of your status in life, regardless of your ethnic background, to decide who and what we want the rest of the world to know us as. And with those few words, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to associate myself with this bold initiative here this evening, and perhaps this will be my shortest speech ever in Parliament, this honourable chamber. But this initiative here this evening connects us with our roots and give the opportunity to our fellow Barbadians to choose from among themselves those persons who they believe and they think and they would readily recognize as being worthy of such an honor tonight. I, for the most part, believed, and I remember back in the 1999 election campaign when a song that resonated deep within my spirit, "The New Republic, Now's the Time, oh yes the time." I can remember listening, that was you, the honourable member for St. Philip West?
That's right.
Well, yes, I can remember listening to that song blazing in Carlisle Car Park that night and feeling a sense of belonging, a sense of really being proud, and there was a great expectancy that we would have moved forward